Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And how are we doing today? I hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well. That's what I got for you. All right, that's it. Good night. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, obviously. Okay. I know the local pharmacy, the Rittenhouse, the Richards and Sheriff Vesey pharmacy is handing out black pills today. I know that, but we're going to talk about what was going on. And then we're going to get, we're going to look at the jury instructions and we're going to see what we think, the proposed jury instructions. Oh, let me turn up the volume. Sorry. I can do that. Warning, the volume is about to get significantly louder. I don't want anyone to have their headphones blown out. I'm increasing the audio in 3, 2, 1. Okay. It should be quite a bit louder now. So I don't, like I said, I don't want anybody to die from it, but we'll, since we're not going to be playing over the trial, we can bring that back up. Oh, there's my man, Attorney Tom, in the chat as well. How's it going, Tom? Keep doing the Lord's work down there in Houston. Working on those Astroworld cases. Lots of injury, lots of foreseeable damage going on down there. And maybe if we get some time at some point, you can give us a general overview of some of that. But I know you're super busy. I would love to talk to you about it and about catastrophic loss in general and how those types of cases work. I think people would be really interested in that. I mean, I guess they could check out your channel, but then they'd see you laughing at memes of me. And I'm not okay with that. I'm not comfortable with that. So, you know, that's, we need to maybe talk about that at some point. Okay. So here's the deal, guys. Here's what I need to do. I've been thinking a lot about this and how to handle this, this wonderful dilemma. It's not a problem. Obviously, this is, the greatest thing in the world for me. But I've got a bunch of old super chats from the trial when we've got between 6 and 10 lawyers all talking and watching 8 hours of coverage. And then in the gaps of what's happening on the screen, because everybody keeps yelling at us to stop talking, which makes sense, right? We want to hear what's going on in the courtroom. In the gaps, we want to add commentary, explain what's going on, give our thoughts and perspectives on what that is. And I think that's why people are tuning into our show more than they're tuning into all of these other shows where they could just watch the vanilla live stream, right? You can just watch the court stream and, you know, just listen to what's going on. But I think people like having impressions and interpretations and explanations from people with some training and experience and the ability, I think we all have, to translate that into normal people speak and translate what's going on in the background. Even if we don't understand why some of the choices are being made, we can at least explain the choices. So with that becomes 8 to 10 hour live streams and thousands and thousands of people watching and lots of super chats come in, which is awesome. I appreciate it so much, but I've always maintained a policy on my channel. I've always maintained a policy on my channel that I will read them all. I will read them all. It's my it's my recognition that this is someone, giving me what they earned to participate in the show. And I like to do that participation, but I can't do it all live, especially during the main show, because it gets way too disruptive. And otherwise I'd be, we'd get done with like an 8 or 10 hour day, and it'd be hours of reading afterwards. And that gets really clunky and cumbersome, and I'm tired and I might skip stuff. So I will be dedicating time at the end, during this live stream, as well as maybe dedicating some specific videos or live streams to getting to all those super chats. And even if no one watches them, I will be reading them no matter what. I hope people want to watch and see, what's, get their chat addressed. I hope people do want to see that, but even if they don't, I made a commitment to do that a long time ago, and I'll be doing it. So that being said, that's not all we're doing tonight. The first thing I'm doing tonight is recapping this week at the trial, combining in this day, talking about today, which I think was a very, very bad day for the defense. I think it's a very bad day for the defense. Completely bad. I can't think. I mean, there are good things that the defense got today, but overall, the inclusion of the provocation jury instruction, which was probably the most hotly contested item on there. And the reason it was so hotly contested is because the entire case of the prosecution hangs on that provocation argument. And that provocation argument is bolstered by some grainy ass footage. And a lot of people have asked me, oh, can you play some stuff from Twitter? And I might. But at the end of the day, none of that's going to matter, because the jury isn't going to see that. The judge isn't going to see that. It's not going to get introduced as evidence. It's not going to be used to disprove what's going on to the court. So we can know all day that it's false. But I guess in theory, the prosecution could get that video and say, Judge, we were wrong about how this works. We have now an ethical obligation to include the exculpatory evidence that has come to light to show what has happened. But guess what the prosecution would do if they were presented with that video? They would say, this video lacks foundation. We have no idea where this came from. We don't know who this is. We don't have any expertise. Of course, they're not going to do that. Of course, they're not going to do that. So, I mean, people can make all of the analysis of video on Twitter that they want. It's not getting in. It's not getting in. So that being said, I may show the video for our own edification. I really don't want people to be encouraged by what I watched it, right? I watched the guy's video. I can't remember his name. I'll look it up in a minute. But I watched it, and it's great. His analysis is great. I don't know how he's screen recording and doing his screen captures and zooming in and live. How do you even do that on a phone? I don't even know how to do that. And he's able to do this and put it together while recording his voice, and he nails it. He nails the analysis. He's 100% right. That's not Kyle's arm. That's a car mirror. It's clearly there prior to him getting into the frame. His video is somehow shockingly much clearer than what the judge is seeing. I don't know how, all of that stuff, but I guarantee you, even if someone were to take that video and introduce it, the funny thing is, you know what would happen? The prosecution would object. The prosecution would object and claim that this video is edited and distorted and does not show a true image. They would do that. You know who wouldn't do that? The defense. Barange says, can the defense present new evidence on closing? No, they cannot. They have to go with what's on the record. They have to craft their argument from what is in the record. They can show people the record. They can do it. But that's what they have to do. So they can't bring in new evidence or anything like that. Oh, you know what? I am going to be right back. I need to go wash out this glass. I'm drinking a new bourbon tonight. I'm going to save the last of my Rittenhouse rye for Monday. But I have this. I've been dying to try this. This 15-year Calumet Farm bourbon. So I'm going to wash out my glass so I can drink some of this tonight. And then we'll get properly started. So I'll be right back. And I'm going to leave you with a meme in the background. So see you. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Whoo, whoo, whoo. Okay, but we do have a couple super chats from today that I got to get to, right? Got to keep up with what's going on so that can I get rid of go away. There we go. We got those, and then we'll get started on the Rittenhouse analysis with a bunch of whiskey. Reese Jones says Jack Posobiec has new evidence on the point the gun Rorschach image. Yes, I think that's what I'm probably referring to. And again, all the new evidence in the world won't help right now. All the new evidence in the world it can't be introduced. It's too late. It's too late. And, let's be very clear about something here. The defense had the tools available for all of this. John Black is a video expert. He could have gone through and analyzed and refuted what the state was arguing. They could have had him do that. They didn't. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know if they felt like they didn't have an opportunity, but they didn't object. They didn't object to the drone footage being introduced by a random detective who still can't even say where he got it. They didn't do it. They didn't do the work. They had a video expert. They could have hired another video expert. They could have said, hey, we just got this on Friday. Oh my gosh. That's delicious. We just got this new evidence. We need time to have a video expert look at it. I mean, what are you talking about here? You're gonna bring in edited footage and we're not gonna have it. They didn't have an expert review it. That's crazy town to me. They could have had a ballistics expert. They could have just hired one. Remember, Kyle has fundraised something like, now I know the $2 million bond is that, or bail, that's in the care of the state. He doesn't have access to that. But there's $600,000 I think they raised after that. $600,000. That is a lot of money. And you'd think that somewhere in there you would spare like $10,000 for a ballistics expert. Maybe $5,000 if he doesn't have to testify. Just come on, hang out, be ready, prepare a report, some analysis, do it. They didn't do it. I don't know why. They could have argued more forcibly for a use of force expert. They seem to go along with the state's idea that we didn't need a use of force expert. And then the state asks a ton of use of force questions. Those use of force questions involve, is it deadly force? They're asking Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand, a baffling decision. We'll talk about that in a minute. They're asking him on the stand about his use of force. He's not an expert. He's not a specialist. Well, we want to know what you believe would have happened. Well, what he believes isn't the legal standard, is it? Deadly force is deadly force. Belief matters in intent crimes. Belief does not matter if the standard is you can't use deadly force. Well, I didn't think it was deadly force for me to drop a piano on someone, so I guess it's not. No, that's not how that goes. That's not how that goes, especially when you have recklessness as a charge. Why didn't they have a use of force expert there? If they couldn't use John Black as a use of force expert, hire a separate expert to do use of force. They conceded the argument. I don't know why. I don't think it's a setup. I'm not on that train. They're trying to set him up. They worked really hard. Really hard. Like the level of complexity to get this setup would be a lot. It doesn't make any sense. They could much more easily set him up than they did. They could much more easily set him up than what has happened. They wouldn't have to go through all of this work. They wouldn't have to go around making good arguments. They wouldn't have to cross-examine well. They would have just had to biff it on Gage Grosskreutz. They biff it on Gage Grosskreutz and they shred Kyle's entire case, but they did a good cross there. They were prepped for that one. They were ready. They got him to admit on the stand all of the things, all of the elements to self-defense, and then they blow it later. It doesn't add up for like a fix. I know a lot of people are worried that they've fixed it. You don't have to go there. What is it? Hanlon's razor. Never attribute to malice what can be properly explained by incompetence. Is that Hanlon's razor? Is that yeah? And Occam's simplest solution is usually correct. And Richards today, well, this is what we're going to talk about. There's a moment, and I'm going to pinpoint the moment where they lost the argument. I've got it. I'm not zoomed in on it yet, but I've got it. And I'll tell you the exact moment they lost the argument on Provocation today. And it's entirely on Richards. It's entirely there. And again, it's not some fix or plan. It was just a dumb question that brought the whole argument that they had built, that the judge was agreeing with the entire time, brought it to the ground. I wonder if Uncivil, I see you in the chat there, buddy. How you doing? I wonder if you caught the exact moment when Richards screwed up the entire argument today. That's a good bourbon. That's a good bourbon. Woo! Oh my goodness. Ishalson says, rip to the Funimation employee that's been tweeting your Kyle streams. Oh no, who's that? Maybe don't say it. That's funny. I didn't know there. Deathwing Elite Gantz says, congratulations, Britney Spears, 13 years of conservatorship. How would you feel, Nick, if you were under one and couldn't spend that sweet, sweet grift money doing 8-hour streams for the degenerate chat? It'll drive you crazy. Oh, I'm in too deep, right? I'm so excited. I just can't sleep. No, that is a long-standing injustice to me. Britney Spears' conservatorship went way too long, and everybody involved is like, oh, well, we didn't know. We didn't know she could just get out of it. Bullshit. They all knew. You want grifting, man. Jamie Spears, her dad, that guy, grifter extraordinaire, being paid to manage over your own daughter's money, being paid by your daughter, and then forcing her legally to remain in that conservatorship with her money. That's the premium grift. That's a premium grift. Let's see where I want to get through the ones that were early on in the day. Okay. Perfect. Xenon says, do you think the jury will be convinced Kyle provoked based on a blurry image? Why doesn't the defense call it a Rorschach test? They will, in their closing argument, call it something like that. You can tell the defense is watching Posobiec, I think, because they pulled out the he's using the gun left-handed argument, which I think the image is too blurry for even that. But I get what they're saying, and it's a good thing to call to attention. But I think you just attack the veracity of the image in general. Judge, you've watched this video 10 times with two fucking morons from the state begging you to see the thing that your eyes don't see and trying to convince you that it's there. There's no way we can base a jury instruction off of them pleading with you to see the thing that's not plainly apparent. How can we do that, Judge? Where was that? Where was that from the defense today? It just didn't exist. It just didn't exist. And that's one of the big problems with it. And they're going to argue about it. A crafty Huragok says, I love the recent streams. Good job, and promote your streams. And remember, never change due to peer pressure for no words. Then remember the good days where you had a cultured and cultivated community. It'll be interesting when some of you new people who are new to the channel, and I welcome you fully, get to embrace jokes with me on some of these evening streams. And I look very much forward to sharing my philosophy on jokery and levity with the world. That I think everybody is lying a little too much about the seriousness of everything. But that's me. We'll save that. It'll come. You'll enjoy it. Paul Wireman says, I have what the media isn't showing live. Okay. Jeff K, thanks for the donation. Mario Carter 13 says, Binger, let's say hypothetically, a former prosecutor was brought into your courtroom a year from now for shooting a defendant in career defense. Paul Wireman says, it's live. Thank you. Sublime and Slime says, awesome that you used my meme today for your intro. I'm ashamed I only spent 5 minutes on it. The Patriots at Save America, established 2017 server on Discord, would be honored if you joined for an AMA at Sublime and Slime on Twitter. Great coverage so far. Yeah, depending on scheduling, I could probably make it work at some point. Oh, and while I'm here, let me say this to, we've got almost 6,000 people here, which is crazy town for one of these nighttime shows. So thank you so much for being here. A great way to follow along with me through all of this and through what comes is on Locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. You can go there for free. You don't have to pay anything, not a dime, to sign up. And you can get up notifications on any streams that I'm doing, specifically related to Kyle Rittenhouse or any other streams. YouTube is not always good at sending out notifications. So if you want to see that type of stuff, pop onto Locals, and you can follow. Again, doesn't cost anything. It's kind of like a Facebook page, and there's lots of content that people post that you can also review if you want. And if you want to join, you can engage the community more fully. That's up to you. But that is a great place to just follow and make sure you're going to get notifications, because you've heard probably a lot of people talk about how my stream is being suppressed. You can't find it in search. Well, guess what? For the past 18 months, YouTube has been doing that typically with my streams. So if you're trying to keep up with everything and make sure you get notified, that is the absolute best place. I always will post a stream link to Locals. And so if YouTube doesn't notify you, that's a great way to do it. Max loves the mother. How much longer till analysis? As long as I want, man, but pretty quick. We're almost there. 550 or 55 Settle says howdy from Lawrence, Kansas. You have furries as fans. Oh, dear God. God save me. We got just a couple more of the early chats that I want to get out before we jump into the analysis, which is coming just a second. 99 Kresnik says, wish it was under better circumstances, but here's some money, Nick. Remember, it's not over until Rosenbaum wishes he had a millstone around his neck and were cast into the sea. Next, we've got John Gillane says, Ricada Law, a rinky-dinky law firm that blew up YouTube this past week. Well, look, there are realities of legal practice that have nothing to do with how YouTube performance works. ADA Fatlock says, thanks for the marathon streaming, Nick. I'm sure it's been rough. Oh, no. I've had nothing but good from this. Short sleep. I used to do short sleep all the time. Big Red Bear says, watching how politicized this case has been odd. Been watching you and Viva on it. This isn't political. This should have never gone to trial. He was a person defending himself. One of the deaths was sad, but not unwarranted. I'm guessing you mean Huber. Maybe. But yeah, it wasn't unwarranted. You're right. And it's not it shouldn't be political. The crazy thing is, though, the state raised the political issue. I was saying this is not a political case. They have bodies. They got to bring charges. Until Binger went after Drew Hernandez and said that this was political, that the whole case is political. He brought it up. The state raised the issue. The defense has not been fighting this as a political case, and maybe they should have. I don't know. Counter what the state's doing. I don't think that that's what they should do. I'm just saying maybe that is a way they could have run the case. We'll never know. But the state tipped its hand and said this is political. And for me, again, this goes in my mistrial. This goes in the mistrial. Jesus Christ, stop spamming. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like just spamming will not get me to answer your question. Chill. Jeff K says, sorry, I missed all of today's live stream. Work happens. AEW at Target Center sucked. And glad you're online to salvage my day. The denialist says, backdoor Binger and ethics does not belong in the same sentence. Does he even ethically take it up the backdoor? James Karg says, am I the only one thinking the prosecution is being cowed / threatened to take these bad routes, tempting to condemn Kyle by the pro-DNC mobs? I think anyone in Binger's shoes would feel compelled to do something in cowardice. I don't know. I think they're putting together the best case that they think they have. And the hard problem that they've always had with this case is the facts and the law are bad for the state. But they have, if they can find a way to weasel through, if they can weasel their way in, that's the goal. And that's the problem with the provocation argument, which we're going to get to in a minute. Drungaragi says, my good friend got served divorce papers today. He has a little boy. He's in Minnesota and asked if I know anybody. If you have any referrals, I'd greatly appreciate it. I DM'd you on Twitter. Sorry to hear that, man. I will look for it. I will look for your DM. I have a couple. Chuck Shutters says, before yesterday, I gave the chances of full acquittal at about a 90 out of 10. After today, I would put chances of full acquittal at 30 out of 7 or 30 to 70. Oh, so 90-10. Sorry, not 90 out of 10. 90-10, 30-70. Do you agree with this? And if not, why not? I think we move firmly into Barnes' kind of prediction. I wasn't with him fully on this. I thought Kyle would maybe get an acquittal. Now I think mistrial is the most likely outcome. But I do think we've moved into the serious possibility that Kyle goes conviction now. I think we've moved in there. Snake Eye says, what's going on now? More boomer doomer black pills. That's what was advertised earlier. Now I have white pills coming, but we've got to analyze today and then the whole week. 200 watt studio. My opinion, Sheriff Ishii does the closing, not Richards. Richards is slow, meandering, and not a storyteller. Sheriff Ishii is. He's charismatic and compelling, and Kyle's only hope of making the jury understand the nuances. Maybe that might be true. I just don't know if I don't know if Richards is going to give up close, man. He's the lead attorney. I don't know. I don't know the man. I don't know his ego. And Martin says, I wanted to send my first super to thank you. Oh, thanks, man. A year ago today, I lost my mom. I had to quit my job in Japan, move back to the U.S. Everything changed. Your stream has been one of the few constants in my life. That's meant a lot. Oh, sorry to hear about your mom, brother, and the uprooting of life. Always tough, but I'm glad that you've been here with me at least for the past year, maybe I think longer. But yeah, thank you so much for letting me know. And then finally, Blaine20 says, I sent you a link to a video of multiple cameras of when Zeminski, Kyle, and Rosenbaum first interact on Duramax and on Discord DM. Appreciate the coverage and commentary. And MK Perez says, this is like the 5th time that I've seen where they didn't listen to Barnes and have ended up in a bad way. Well, and again, I have largely agreed with much of what Robert Barnes has had to say on this, but I do want to caution that all of us commentators were on the sidelines, and we don't know if our great theories would have actually worked out in the way that they might, or the way that we theorize, right? You craft an idea and you pitch the idea, and a judge or a jury buys it or they don't. I mean, my recent case, I crafted the entire legal standard for a downward departure on sentencing, and the judge used my what I thought were sound and well-reasoned arguments, and gave all of the ammunition the judge would need to make that determination. And instead, that judge used them against my client, which was super nice, and then yelled at my client. So you do what you can, but you don't know how the other person's going to react. So that's that. All right. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this day. And I'm going to go to that. I'm going to go to that freaking moment where we have Richards lose the argument. Here we go. It's right around here. It's right around here. This is the most important thing that happened today, in my opinion. Now, there's other stuff that we need to talk about because there's good stuff that happened today. There is. But this, to me, is the most important part of today. All right. So they've just had the judge watch this drone footage. I think it's right around here. Let's see.
I do not believe that Mr. Rosenbaum does not give up the ability to be provoked because he may have said things an hour earlier.
I Binger whispered to him an hour earlier. First of all, this is not the point. It's coming up, but Krause's argument here is silly. Rosenbaum's state of mind isn't actually relevant. Rosenbaum's state of mind is not relevant to this case, and that's Rosenbaum having the belief that he can defend Zeminski against Kyle isn't relevant. The relevant question is, did Kyle do an act sufficient to provoke Rosenbaum? Now, him unjustifiably pointing a gun at Zeminski might be a provocative act. Of course, we know, you guys know, I know, Kyle didn't point the gun at Zeminski. It literally doesn't happen. We've watched it from all other angles. The gun doesn't come up. He does not raise the gun. The gun does not level at Zeminski. There is no actual evidence that shows that gun pointing at Zeminski. And the only evidence that they've been able to present is this grainy ass drone footage. And they can't even tell. They couldn't even tell the judge where Zeminski was standing. How can you say he raised a gun and pointed it at someone if you can't fucking articulate where the person is? It's impossible. And why this doesn't get said is possibly, I shouldn't say this, it's not possibly malpractice. It's a fuck up, but it's probably not malpractice.
If this individual, now remember, there is evidence in the record that
Is
he was
this it or am I
accused-
past it? Hold on.
at someone for provocation.
Yellow pants guy argument is a complete
Causing
red
this-
herring, because even if he, again, even if he had provoked yellow pants guy at some point earlier in the night, that does not transfer the provocation to now. So it's ludicrous. However, this is the danger of the provocation instruction. They'll get to argue that it does matter, even if it shouldn't.
Even if he had threatened, he had no means to carry out his threat. So, as you said, it's a great argument.
Yeah, Rosenbaum doesn't have the means to kill Kyle. That's what they literally just said. Think about that. Even if he had threatened him, he doesn't have the means to carry out his threat. He's unarmed. How do you even kill someone without a gun? That's only an AR-15 could kill someone. Kyle Rittenhouse knows this, apparently.
There's evidence in the record, not just by video, also by testimony, and there's enough evidence to give this instruction. If the jury does not accept this argument, if we do not meet our burden, that probably is beneficial to the defense, but it should at least be argued as the evidence.
I think I'm
does
past
support
it, but this is
and
important.
it goes directly in contrast to what the defendant testified to.
Of course, fists can kill people. People get killed by fists all the time. That was the point. Sorry.
Judge, it's been hashed over.
Judge, it's been hashed over is not a response. That's Sheriff Easy. That is the failure of Sheriff Easy there. He's been great several places in the trial. This is a critical fumble, but that's not the moment I'm talking about. It's actually a little bit earlier. It's like right here. Sorry, I was just a bit past it. Jeff K says, "Arg, I was wrong. This is worse than AEW. Can you please assist Kyle with his retrial? This is beautiful or brutal." Isis Donikdom says, "I now completely believe Binger has a witch on his side that causes Richards to be lulled into pleasant daydreams during the trial. Backseat lawyering aside, it seems everyone but the defense is trying to save Kyle." Okay, I think it's here.
Mr. Rosenbaum had twice before threatened to kill the accused. So what is the legal effect of a person who, if he made such a threat, what legal justification does he have to chase after the accused in such a way as to not put the defendant into a position of being a provocateur?
We are absolutely
That's
not.
not well phrased.
We are not accepting the evidence that.
So the judge, this is where the judge, by the way, is still kind of on their side. Okay, wait a minute. He's threatened to kill the defendant twice the night before. So what? How do we get away from the fact that he's threatened to kill the witness or the defendant? And that's in the record from testimony. The state is just going to say, we don't believe it. Who fucking cares what the state believes about it? We're not ready to accept it. I think Richards is coming up.
That threat was made because there are different accounts of where and when it was made. And it's like,
so what? It doesn't matter. You have two statements that it was made. Those statements are consistent. And you have provided nothing to rebut that evidence.
the only 5 seconds not caught on video all night.
Well, except that in the part where he raises his gun, apparently.
So, but like you said, Judge, it'll be a great argument. And I do not believe that Mr. Rosenbaum does not give up the ability to be provoked.
Did I?
On the-
No, okay, so it's before this still. Fucking hell. This argument was long. It's right after the video, I think.
Place the fire extinguisher on the ground, although it will fall over, and then he will immediately raise his gun up and point it at the individuals who are over here, who I think are right now blocked by this street light. But
Sorry, I should have checked this. But hey, the defense
Go
and
around.
the state aren't getting proper timestamps, so why should I bother?
See him lifted right there. He's holding it right there until Mr. Rosenbaum approaches. You see the very distinct motion of him raising his arms, and you see the black gun being raised.
Let me-
One more time, please.
He hates black guns
If that's
specifically.
true, he's doing it open to the camera.
Well,
So
you know what?
No, I did not say that.
It's okay.
And again, let me tell you what's going on in the judge's head right now. I don't even see Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what he's thinking. His judge is looking at this. This guy is pointing at the TV furiously. Binger's been doing the soy point today. All of that has happened. This judge, he still doesn't see it at this point. I guarantee you, this judge, who's 150,000 years old, does not see what they're saying.
So here's the gun. Puts it down and
He
raises it
definitely
right there.
doesn't see a gun.
He still has it up right there, and then he drops it and runs. Would you like the slowed down version?
Yeah, please.
Slowed down version, please.
Yeah, you guys don't see it either. It's not there. It's not there. I'm not saying that the judge particularly doesn't see it. No one sees it. No one sees it because it isn't there.
So here's the defendant here. There's the AR-15 right there. Play it, please.
Again, look how much
Frame, he drops it.
testimony he is doing about this. No one has actually testified to this except for a cop who said he saw it on pinch to zoom on his phone. That's it. A cop says, well, I saw it on pinch to zoom on my phone, therefore he did it. That's not an evidence. That's not an evidence at all. It's not been verified. It's not testable. It's not challengeable. It's not even repeatable. Didn't object, by the way. The defense did not object to that.
He has it up right there. You see him bring it down, and you see him start to run. He's pointing it at Joshua Zeminski, who probably is vandalizing or committing arson, but that's another.
Where's Zeminski's gun?
We don't believe he has his gun out at that point.
Wait a minute. Wait.
He fires it. What, I'm sorry?
I said, where's Zeminski's gun? What I meant to say was, does it depict Mr. Zeminski,
Shooting?
Mr. Zeminski's gun?
At this point, no, it does show him shoot in the air.
Well, that's over later, over there.
Yeah.
I'm talking about at this point.
I don't believe it
Of course, you can't see Zeminski's gun. You can't see Kyle's gun, and it's bigger.
shows Mr. Zeminski's gun.
Does it show Mr. Zeminski?
Can you play it again, Brian?
Let me make up where Zeminski is. I don't actually remember.
He's kind of
Or
hidden.
Mrs. Zeminski?
They're kind of hidden by this light post.
Yeah, because it's argument. What I inquired is,
They can't find them on the video that they're alleging a gun is being pointed at them.
well, wait. Okay, what I'm inquiring is whether what I'm looking at now depicts.
Do you want to show them?
Mr. and or Mrs. Zeminski, and if Mr. Zeminski, whether or not it depicts the firearm, that he is reported to have fired seconds later.
Where the Zeminskis are?
It's very hard to see them.
Oh,
They're dark against the dark Duramax. So.
We only know.
oh, it's suddenly hard to see because it's dark against the dark, way off in the distance. And Kyle Rittenhouse is even farther back, holding a dark object in front of a dark object that's smaller than him and the Zeminskis.
They're there because the FBI video. You can kind of see they're blurry. We did not try to do any enhancements on that.
I mean, we know from the FBI video. know from the FBI video, Your Honor, that they're in this proximity alongside the Duramax?
We know from one other video that they're here in this video that we're testifying to, that no one has testified to, but we're going to make this argument at close. That's what's going on here.
But because
They could have had an expert like John Black put together. They didn't do this. They could have had an expert put together the videos and show how they correlate, and they didn't. But they're going to be allowed to do this anyway.
they're darker clothed and the Duramax is a dark vehicle.
They could have obviously synced this up from the gunshots and gone back in time, forward in time, whatever they need to do.
Of course, other issues with the video, it's not, and there's poles and things, so they're in that vicinity.
They're in that vicinity. The vicinity behind the poles is 30 to 50 yards of ground. Where on that are they? On this three-dimensional surface we're looking at. And again, this is what John Black testifies to exactly. And the defense didn't ask him to do it.
If you play it, I think I can play it, please, Brian.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Troy JT, I am a criminal defense lawyer. I'm not a I've done one probate issue. I literally am a criminal defense lawyer.
I believe they're blocked by the light post, but they are right here.
I think this is one of them here. Moving. It's very hard to tell in this video.
But then they walk down this way, and this is where he pull. We don't accept the defendant's story that he had his gun out, because in the video you clearly see Mr. Zeminski pull it out of his pocket, fire in the air, and then put it right back in his pocket. So unless he had the gun out and then put it in his pocket in these few feet, we're not accepting the defendant's story. In fact, we believe this contradicts his story that Mr. Zeminski had his gun already out, because you see on the next enhanced video, you see him pull it out of his pocket and fire it in the air quick and then put it down.
He keeps it down on his side. He's walking right down the sidewalk, yelling, "That dude just shot somebody." You can see the gun clearly in his hand.
Well,
Out of
I
this
guess
video.
sounds like a great argument. Did you want to make any observations?
Here it comes.
Before I make a decision?
Well, you're going to see what I'm cheating here, right here. You're going to see what you believe that you see. Okay. So that question is, does that video provide enough information to give an instruction on provocation?
No, Sheriff Feasy had it right there. Right there, Sheriff Feasy had it. He's right. Notice what happens right here. This is where it goes downhill. Let's go back 5 seconds, because I just started talking over it because I'm so fucking mad about this moment. He doesn't need to use the mic because the mic is for the benefit of the court reporter who's sitting right next to him. So he's like, she can hear me. That's why he doesn't use the mic. But here it goes.
To give an instruction on provocation.
And Ron, how does, if you take everything they've said, that's true, how does pointing a gun at Zeminski provoke Rosenbaum, who they say they don't know each other?
You're a fucking moron, Richards. You fucking moron. That lost the argument right there. Because of course, someone pointing a rifle at another person is a provoking act. It doesn't matter if you know them. Look, if I'm here and you're 5 feet that way and someone is triangular between us and points a gun at you and I shoot them because they provoked deadly force, of course I can do that. Of course that's provocative, you dumb fuck. What are you thinking? That lost the argument right there. That statement lost the biggest argument that they had all day. This argument's like a half hour to an hour long. Of course, it's provocative to point a rifle at someone. Of course it is. I cannot believe he had not only the temerity, but the lack of sense to make that argument when Sheriff Easy was winning. The judge just watched all that video. The judge already said, it looks like a blob to me. I don't see it. They're sitting there saying, we can't even point out where they are. Judge is sitting there. And then Richards goes, well, let's say that everything they say is true, Your Honor. Let's say everything that they say in the video is true, Your Honor. How is it provocation for my client to point a gun at Zeminski for Rosenbaum? My client also just shot up an orphanage, I think, Your Honor. Like, why would you say this? Why would you do that? Why? They're winning this argument. They had the judge on their side from the start. The judge says, I don't see it. I don't see it. The judge opened this line of questioning, this whole thing with, that's your evidence. I don't see it. I can't introduce this jury instruction without sufficient evidence. All you have to do is say, Your Honor, you said it before. You can't see it because no one can see it. It's not there. You can't include this instruction. The instruction by its nature is prejudicial, Your Honor, because it implants the idea that this provocative act might have occurred when we all can tell from the video. Their best video, they said, that you can't see it. I can't see it. No one in this room can see it. And let me tell you a secret, Your Honor, the state can't see it either. I know you guys want me to look at Posobiec's video. I guess we could, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not Posobiec's video isn't coming in unless it's already in evidence in the native format, not zoomed in and enhanced. It can't be zoomed in and enhanced. Let me see if I can. Yeah, see, this one's zoomed in and enhanced. I know. We all know that Kyle does not raise this. We know he doesn't. Here it comes. Just a second. Let me get my. Here's the zoomed in and enhanced Posobiec video. Okay. So look, here's Kyle. Gun is clearly on the other side of his body, in his right hand, not raised. He doesn't raise it. We know he doesn't raise it. It's impossible for him to raise it in the way that they said he did. And the other thing they're doing, they're trying to say in the slowed down video that he does it. That slowed down video is a quarter speed. They're saying that he raises and lowers the gun in like an eighth of a second. Look at this. Of course, here he doesn't. This is an 8-second video, but it's slowed down significantly. And well, we've got the circle of death here, but I guess Twitter's tired of playing the video too. One more time. This is Zeminski's right here. Anyway, that's the Posobiec video. And again, I hate to say it doesn't matter though, because they can't introduce new video. Case in chiefs are over. Rebuttal's over. Let's see. Paul Wireman says, please review what I've posted live. It's on a loop. I've posted the link. I think that's probably the same video. Guy says, the one person in the room who was present at the event can't even figure out where he is in that video. Correct. Paul Wireman says, I am showing it right now. 200 Watt Studio says, Richard's ego couldn't let him shut up. He effed Kyle. What a maroon. Hope God intervened somehow. Infuriating. And no appeal, right? There were minimal objections at best. Can this be salvaged by the judge post-verdict? There are appeal points. The introduction of the blurry photo that they got with the expert who wasn't qualified to be an expert at all, that's reversible error. That photo, that blurry photo that they have, should not actually be admitted into evidence. It shouldn't be. That blurry photo from that expert who cannot explain where the pixels are coming from. I mean, on the stand, and who did not verify that the finished product was represented by was the same as the original product. He didn't look at the two and verify that they're the same thing. And crazily enough, they're actually not. They're from different frames. Or the first one is from a meshed frame or whatever you call it. I don't know. They take two different frames, and the computer predicts how those two frames. It takes the two frames and mashes them together basically, and creates a new frame that's a fiction. It doesn't exist. So that's there, and that's why the second version, the blown up version, is different. It's actually a different frame. But here's the problem. You don't want to be arguing on appeal while Kyle's in prison that this photo shouldn't have come in. You really shouldn't be. They did preserve the objection on this photo, and it is reversible error, in my opinion, whether they make the argument or not. There's still a chance of a mistrial in this case. There is absolutely a mistrial chance in this case, because the judge cited grave constitutional violations and he cited bad faith. This is the legal standard. Now, if they ask for the mistrial and the judge doesn't grant it, they can immediately appeal that mistrial order, and they may be able to expedite the appeal. I'm not familiar enough with appellate criminal procedure in the state of Wisconsin, but it seems like something that they could maybe get either an appeal on it or a mandamus on that one. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. That, I mean, Sheriff Vesey, if we believe Sheriff Vesey's argument, oh my gosh, I've got stray beard hairs flying all over the place. I look like someone who would be at a BLM or a Antifa riot. Look like a homeless hobo. Good Lord. But Sheriff Vesey, if we believe what he was synthesizing in his legal argument about the mistrial for dismissal with prejudice, it would suggest that bad faith is one of the elements of that. And seems like you have bad faith on the record. And so you use those words of the judge against him. You put him in there. See, Rhonda Ernst says, I believe the non-enhanced video is submitted through the guy who witnessed it with his daughter in his car. He testified in court. Yeah, but you can't bring the enhanced video in. So you can show the non-enhanced video and try and argue it. But it's going to be tough. David says there is in evidence of Kyle's TikTok with a picture of him holding his own gun down the left. If you compare with the blurry photos and angle of his rifle, it matches perfectly. The black part in the blurry photo is the receiver extension buttstock. You can make that argument. He's holding the rifle down left all day, and they can show the video. If the prosecution makes a big deal of it in their closing, the defense can say, if you believe the prosecution here, you have to believe that Kyle suddenly became left-handed, that somehow in the moments where he's running away from an enraged pedophile, they can't say enraged pedophile, but an enraged maniac with bipolar disorder, apparently, according to his girlfriend. He's running away from a man who has been screaming at people all night, who has threatened to murder him while he's alone. If you believe the state's argument here, you would believe that Kyle took the rifle off of the sling, flipped it around, switched the entire positioning of the rifle to use a left-handed positioning, attached it back to the sling, and then raised it at the Zeminskis, then dropped it down, unhooked it from the sling, switched it back to a right-handed position, hooked it back on the sling, assumed that right-handed position, and then ran. That's what you have to believe happens in less than half of a second, if you believe what the prosecution is saying here. But you're still arguing over a blob on the screen that you should never, ever be arguing about. You're still arguing over that. You have to concede ground that it's possible that Kyle raised the gun. And guess what? Some of those jurors are begging for something. They're begging for anything to say Kyle started this. And I'm really sad that he was scared, but it's his fault. There are people out there. Look at LeBron James. Actually, don't look at LeBron James, because LeBron James is a fucking moron. That being said, there are a bunch of people who have that mentality. There are a bunch of people out there who are waiting for any little shred of evidence. And we don't know who of them are on the jury. But if you go look at Twitter and you get out of any bubble you might be in and go, because I haven't seen it until I go venturing out or someone sends me a link, but you go find out. Hell, I retweeted something last night that someone sent me. This person, after a year, didn't know that the 3 people Kyle shot were white. They just learned that in this case. They just learned it. There are people out there who believe still that Kyle Rittenhouse is a black man hunter, that he is out there hunting black men on the streets of Kenosha. He's trying to murder the African Americans. There are people who believe that without irony. Carl Job says it, 50% of people are dumber than average. But you have to worry who's on the jury. Now, I got a phone call today. I got to check my email and see how much I can share about this. Give me just a moment. I got it. I hope I got it. Let's see. Holy crap. People are sending me a whole bunch of the videos. Got it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to have to look at this. But so I got this. I believe he's saying I can say where he can be found. I got this from the Evan Miller on Instagram. All one word, the Evan with an A, EVAN, Miller on Instagram. He is a high school student in Kenosha. He's a high school student in Kenosha, And when I mentioned I would like to see the jury instructions, I got a phone call and happened to receive these jury instructions. And one of the things that he told me, and this is we'll take a look at these jury instructions in a minute. One of the things that he told me was, for example, and this is what I'm getting at. I don't know that this ultimately matters, but 5 of the jurors, or the prospective jurors, have been wearing masks the whole time. All right. And make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. But 5 people out of the 18 that are on the jury are wearing masks. Now I see that a bunch of people are saying bad sign or saying various profanities. Some people are saying, what does that mean? Or so what? There are 5 people who might be politically inclined in a particular way towards masks. And if they're politically inclined towards masks, they might be politically predisposed against Kyle. No one else in the courtroom's wearing masks. The judge isn't even pretending. They're not even pretending. They're not taking off masks in Minnesota. If you're in court right now, you're wearing a mask. Everybody is. And then only when you speak are you allowed to take your mask off. Then you have to put your mask back on and walk away. Now, Wisconsin doesn't have those rules. And interestingly, that shows you who actually cares about wearing masks in court. Almost nobody. But some people do. And that might be an indication. But all I'm saying is, just from me saying there are 5 people on the jury who are wearing masks, or on the potential jury, the chat has made decisions about those 5 people, right? We've decided that some of those 5 people might be doing it for political purposes because they're politically inclined to the left, to the point where they have to wear masks out wherever they go. Now, maybe they're health compromised. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We've made decisions about them based on just that. And then it would take a certain amount of evidence to overcome that decision about that person, right? It's the exact same for the jury. They have made, whether before trial or during trial, they have made decisions based on something. And then you have to overcome that amount of decision making. Now, that decision could be for Kyle, could be against Kyle. We don't know. What is? I've got like a beard hair pointing up and touching my nose. It's annoying. So that's why all of this matters, is because if there's anybody, if there's a sufficient number of people on that jury who say he shouldn't have been there, therefore I can take this provocation instruction and I can say that means he should not be free. Too bad, so sad. I don't want to do this, but he shouldn't be free. That's a possibility. So I don't want to help improve Adobe. Piss off. So here is these are the jury instructions that are proposed by the defendant. Oh. I don't know if this is going to matter. Yeah, these are all right. Yeah, the defendant's proposed jury instructions aren't going to matter at all. They need the actual, I need the actual jury instructions. I think they're available. Let me see let me see if I can find them. We'll get to the jury instructions in a minute. So the state and the defense have proposed jury instructions, and they argued about them today in court. And then the court will issue finalized jury instructions, and they talked about some of them. The main one is this jury instruction about provocation, which I know I have the provocation instruction. Someone messaged it to me, so give me a moment, and I'll find it. Where is it? Hold on. I think it's still in my requests. Woo! All right. So, yeah, this is in a DM, and I don't like to show DMs specifically. So I'm going to read through this, and if you'll indulge me a minute on that, I'll read them. So this is the jury instruction on provocation. All right. So this is on the homicide charges. And specifically, and most importantly, this is on Rosenbaum's homicide charge. So here's the way this works. They figure out the crimes that are going to be charged. And then they've had their arguments. They've had their arguments, and then once they take the evidence presented at trial, and if the judge has seen sufficient evidence that he believes he can include a jury instruction, they'll include the jury instructions. So here's the jury instruction for provocation. This is the argument that they lost today, and again, I think it's critical to the case, because if they don't have this, if the state doesn't get this provocation argument in there, then the jury's not informed of it. And the jury may not know that provocation can make you lose your right to self-defense. So here's what it says. It says you should also consider whether the defendant provoked the attack. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack and who does provoke an attack is not allowed to use or threaten force in self-defense against that attack. And then you use any of these paragraphs that are supported by the evidence, okay? However, so this is the first paragraph. However, if the attack which follows causes the person reasonably to believe that he or she is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he or she may lawfully act in self-defense, but the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he or she reasonably believes he or she has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. This is actually not the worst instruction. This instruction, Kyle has stated that he felt there was nowhere else for him to go. Richie McGinnis has stated that it looked like there was nowhere else for Kyle to go. There is the evidence to support that even if you find provocation, you then get to say he did this thing. However, there might not be perfect self-defense. I'm not actually 100% sure on the distinction on that. If it's not perfect self-defense, it may not transfer into the reckless endangerment charge, but that's a separate issue right now. We're mostly concerned about these homicide charges. So if this is part of the instruction, then we've got Kyle saying that he did, we've got him testifying that he did exhaust all of his reasonable options. And again, Richie McGinnis as well, which is good. That's a good thing. But the jury doesn't have to believe that. Next paragraph. A person who provokes an attack may regain the right to use or threaten force if the person in good faith withdraws from the fight and gives adequate notice of the withdrawal to his assailant. Now, Kyle withdrew from the fight, But did he give notice to Rosenbaum? No, not really. In fact, while he's withdrawing from the fight, he turns around and points his gun again. That's not notice that you're withdrawing from the fight. Now, is it reasonable for him to give notice? No, obviously not. A crazy pedophile is trying to murder him and is chasing him across the parking lot. But that's not what it says. It doesn't say reasonably gives adequate notice. It just says gives adequate notice. So the jury's left to determine whatever adequate notice is. What is adequate? I mean, to me, it looks adequate that he's running away, but I'm not a juror. I'm a guy. And I'm predisposed against or in favor of Kyle and against the state here. So I can't disregard that my biases may be informing my judgment of what is adequate notice. And I can't do that because the jury won't be able to do that either. Next, a person who the third paragraph, a person who provokes an attack, whether by lawful or unlawful conduct, with intent to use such an attack as an excuse to cause death or great bodily harm to another person, is not entitled to use or threaten force in self-defense. So if you provoke an attack for the purposes of getting them to attack you so you can use self-defense, that's not self-defense, that's premeditation. All right. So that one, I don't think there's evidence on the record to support that third paragraph. But the first and the second paragraph, possibly. Possibly. And that's what the jury is going to do. That's what the jury has to consider now. The other problem with this provocation statement, and this was pointed out by someone on the stream today. It was such a brilliant point. I wish I remembered who said it. But the problem with it is once you have the provocation instruction in there, you now have a question of fact that only a jury can resolve. Once you say there's sufficient evidence to support the provocation instruction and the state and the defense disagree about the provocation, we now have to go to the jury to say, okay, there you go. There is now a fact question for the jury to decide. Might have been you, Uncivil. It might have been. Or it was Joe. Good logic. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Everybody was making good points. Nate said it. Everybody's been on point this week, talking about stuff, bringing great insight and thoughts. So whoever it was, the jury now has to answer this question. I don't think he provoked it because I don't think he raised his gun. I don't think the state has shown that. But now it has to be argued. So the thing is, you can no longer ask for a directed verdict on it. I mean, you can ask, but the judge is going to go, oh, no, this is a jury question. Because that provocation instruction is there, it's now definitely a jury question. And that's the big problem for the defense. But is all lost? Is all lost? It was Attorney Tom. He was in the chat. He wasn't on today. And this is where I want to transition from recapping and ranting about today into talking about this week in general. But first, I want to say one thing. Kyle did phenomenally on the stand. I will maintain that Kyle should have never been on the stand. And I think a lot of what happened today was derived, and you heard it over and over and over from the state. The defendant's own statements. The defendant testified that. The defendant did this. The defendant said that. He should not have been on the stand. It doesn't matter how well he did. And this is no criticism of Kyle Rittenhouse. He did phenomenally on the stand. He answered excellently, especially for an 18-year-old who's never done anything like this before. He kept his composure. He answered the questions intelligently. He answered the questions in a way that supported his self-defense claim. And still, the state is able to extract moments to use against him. And that is why, especially when you have all of the evidence you need elsewhere from other testimony, I don't think you should put the client on the stand. I don't think it helped. So that's my opinion on that. But again, is all lost? No. And I think we on the stream today, we're caught up in the moment. We're reacting live just like everybody else. And we're noticing all of the bad things that are happening live. And we're saying big mistakes, critical mistakes, all of this stuff. And I think that has a tendency to set us into this idea that Kyle is definitely going to lose his case. And we got to just peel that back a minute, because we have gone from this idea that Kyle has the facts and law on his side to, well, now the jury can decide that. The jury could always decide that. The jury always had the opportunity to reach an improper conclusion. That's the risk of a jury. Juries can be smart. Juries can be stupid. Juries can be neutral. Average, right? So, with all of that, we still have to consider that we're basically at the same spot. We're reliant on a jury. There's just a question that didn't need to be asked to the jury. The seed didn't need to be planted in the jury's mind that provocation can completely remove your self-defense right or make you have to do something affirmative to restore it. It didn't need to be in front of the jury. But the facts and the law are still on our side. Kyle's side. My side, I think Kyle's been innocent the entire time. In fact, he deserved a cigar and a whiskey, even though he's only 17. But the facts have always been there. And the way the state has to get to Kyle being guilty is still through deception. Now, they've been working on that deception the entire time, but they have to point at a screen and try to tell jurors that they see something that they don't see. They have to convince jurors that putting out a fire is provocative. They have to convince jurors that this kid who's just trying to stop people who are busting down cars and buildings and everything in the town, people who've ravaged the town for days. Many of these people know someone or are someone that was directly impacted by this event in some way or another. And the Kyle's out there trying to stop that. And the prosecution has to convince those people, Kyle Rittenhouse, by responding to a claim that there's a fire and an actual fire. One thing to remember, the Duramax is on fire, this truck. He goes there with a fire extinguisher. That is provocation or feeds into provocation. We're still confronted with the reality of this case. And the reality of the case is overwhelmingly in favor of Kyle Rittenhouse. We're confronted with a state who's going to argue that he recklessly shot at a man who was kicking him in the face while he's on the ground. He's stomping down with a boot on Kyle's face. The whole time, this guy's been labeled Jump Kick Man. And if Richards or Sheriff Feasey or whatever has any fucking sense, you say, we've labeled this guy Jump Kick Man. All through the trial, you've heard us call him Jump Kick Man. You've heard the state call him Jump Kick Man. You've heard witnesses call him Jump Kick Man. You know why they call him Jump Kick Man? It's because he was stomping our client, leaping into the air and stomping down on a 17-year-old's face. Of course, he's allowed to defend himself from that. Because if someone knocked you down and tried to stomp on your face, you should be able to defend yourself too. All of the facts are on the side of Kyle Rittenhouse. They've always been there. The state has to create facts out of extra pixels in a zoomed in video. On one zoomed in video. That's the only place that they can make that out. So the defense gets to show all of the other video. We can show you video of all this time, all of these times where Kyle Rittenhouse is on video. Guess what? We don't see him raise the gun. We never see him raise a gun at anybody. All through the night, rocks are being thrown at him. People are trying to intimidate him. People are screaming at him. He doesn't raise his gun. Only time he raises his gun is as he's running away from Joseph Rosenbaum. And then he keeps pursuing Kyle. And Kyle gets to a point where he needs to defend himself, where self-defense becomes critical to save his own life. That's when he raises his gun. And then he doesn't raise it again until he's on the ground getting kicked in the face and thinks, if I get knocked out, they'll take my gun and kill me. Then he raises his gun when it's critical to save his own life. And then he gets hit in the head by a skateboard. And he raises his gun and he fires that gun. He doesn't know it's going to kill Anthony Huber, but he fires that gun because he knows that the only way to save his life is to pull that trigger. And then he's approached, and this all happens within 10 seconds. Within 5 seconds, he's approached by Gage Grosskreutz, who fakes a surrender with a gun in hand and drops that gun. And as he admitted on the stand, points it at Kyle Rittenhouse's face. And then, only then, does he raise his gun and fire. Because it's the only way to keep him from being murdered. Because these people were attacking Kyle Rittenhouse with murderous intent. And the only way to save his life, to defend himself, to exercise his right to self-defense, to exercise his right to live, was to pull the trigger, even though he never wanted to do that. That's what you have to do. That's the argument. And maybe it's not, but that's a powerful argument. It's, to me, that is the powerful argument. The facts suggest that everything that this kid did is something you would do if you had a gun and were being attacked. And it's important as all of we lawyers are very negative about today, and we have every reason to be negative about today. Every reason to be negative about today. But all of us lawyers, we're in the moment, we're reacting live. And I've been reflecting on this for most of the day, talking with, I had some relatives in town that I'm talking with. I was talking with some in-laws. We're having a good time. And they're asking what's going on with the trial. And as I'm talking through this and working through it, I'm like, you know what? I mean, today was a shit day, but the facts and the law are still on the side of Kyle Rittenhouse. They always have been, even with the provocation instruction, because that relies, and I know the poison pill that it is, but that relies on this idea. The state has to continue to lie to the court, to the jury. They have to lie to them. They may be good at lying. Binger seems to be a good liar. Krause seems to be a good liar. But they still have to maintain that, and then the jury has to believe them. And if the jury is willing to believe the state's lies, if all 12 jurors are willing to believe the state's lies, to me, if that's the case, after everything they've seen in this trial, they're going to go in there and believe the state's lies on closing argument in a blurry photo, then Kyle never had a chance in the first place. That's my opinion of it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. If anybody has shown the ability to screw this up, it's Richards. If anybody has been able to fumble at the one several times in this case, it's Mark Richards. So we won't know. We won't know until Monday. We won't know until Monday how good closing arguments will be. I don't know if Richards is going to do it. I don't know if Sheriff Feecy's going to do it. If I'm going to be talked to for 2.5 hours, I want it to be Sheriff Feecy. I definitely don't want to listen to Richards for 2.5 hours. But again, that's my personal take on it. There's so much good evidence in Kyle's favor, and this case has been bonkers. The good evidence for Kyle came from the state, and the good evidence for the state came from Kyle. Mind blown. Mind blown on this issue. But that being said, that's my look. After week 2, I am less hopeful. I'm less hopeful for Kyle after week 2, but I'm still above the tipping point. I still think Kyle walks on either innocence or a mistrial. I think it's unlikely we get a full acquittal. I think it's a mistrial, hung jury mistrial. I think that's what happens. And that means the state can bring the case again. They can. Will they is a big question. I don't know that they do. They could have a bunch of political pressure. They could want to bring the case again and show and really see it and clear up some of the errors in their case. But hopefully, if that happens, the defense does the same thing, right? The defense goes through and clears up their errors in the case, makes better arguments about getting these charges dismissed. Doesn't put Kyle on the stand the second time. Maybe hires a new legal team. I don't know. But we won't know until we see closing, right? We won't have any idea. And even after that, we can only guess. We can only guess. We don't know. None of us on the panel, we've been watching from here, none of us have seen the jurors. We haven't seen their reactions. We haven't seen their body language. We don't know if they seem intent, if they seem bored. I was also told by the guy who sent me the jury instructions that he believes that the people in the audience of the courtroom, he was there when Kyle testified. And he says that he believes, or I shouldn't say that. He was there in the courtroom at some time. And he thinks that the people kind of in the pews, he thinks that they believe Kyle. I don't know. I'm taking a secondhand impression, right, of someone else, that they believed him when he broke down and cried, that they're not like Twitter. That's not the jury. That's the people in the audience. But again, representative sample of Wisconsinians, maybe. But I'm taking the word of a guy who's in town who was there for part of this trial. That's it. That's all we got to go on. It's not much. So we can't gauge what the jury's going to do. We have no idea. We can only say, was this a good argument? Maybe it was. I hope so. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is the poster child for self-defense. I mean, literally, there's nothing you can say he shouldn't have been there all day long. Hell, most of the time, depending on the mood I'm in, I'm probably going to agree with you. Shouldn't have been there. I wouldn't want my kid there. If my kid was there, would I want him to have a gun? Yeah. This whole notion he shouldn't have been there and he shouldn't have had a gun. Oh, that's the other big win for today. For the defense. Did I talk about this already? If I did, I apologize. Somebody stop me if I already talked about the minor in possession of a dangerous weapon thing, but I don't think I talked about it on this stream. The defense did one thing well today, very well, and I think it's actually very important. I think it'll be very important in the mind of the jury. It looks like the judge is going to dismiss the 6th count against Kyle, which is a minor in possession of a firearm or of a dangerous weapon. Got to stop saying firearm. A minor in possession of a dangerous weapon. The reason this is important is because it's possible that there's a juror who says, well, if he's there with a dangerous weapon and it's illegal for him to have that weapon, then he can't self-defend, right? There are a lot of people, you can find them on Twitter really fast. You can find that on Twitter really fast. Let me tell you what happened. This was expertly argued by Shirafisi. So I don't want to look like I'm dumping on the defense all day. It's crazy how important those 30 seconds of Mark Richards screwing up was, right? But Shirafisi had an excellent argument about this issue. And it's an issue I've long said. This does not apply to this case. This law does not say that Kyle Rittenhouse he can't be found guilty of it as a matter of law, is what I said. Shirafisi makes the argument that, let me pull up the statute. This will be instructive because he caught something that I'm just saying it doesn't apply, but he caught something in the statute that I had not particularly noticed. Okay. So here is the statute. Let me pull it up. This is critical to go through here. All right. Nope, not that one. Here we go. Possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. So, dangerous weapon means any firearm, loaded or unloaded. So we're going to skip all the rest of it, even though it has metallic knuckles, knuckles of a substance like metal, nunchaku, 2 sticks of wood connected by rope. Doesn't matter. All right, so we've got the definition. Dangerous weapon means firearm, loaded or unloaded. We move down to number 2, so we've got that. Any person under 18 years of age who possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. All right. So we've got Kyle, under 18, possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon. We know that a dangerous weapon includes a firearm, loaded or unloaded. So we're there. All right. So then these are different charges for that. Doesn't matter. Here we go. 3A. These are the exceptions. Section does not apply to a person under 18 who possesses or is armed with a dangerous weapon when the dangerous weapon is being used in target practice under the supervision of an adult or in the course of instruction in the traditional and proper use of the dangerous weapon. You can maybe argue it, but probably not. Not credibly. 3B does not apply to a person under 18 years of age who is a member of the armed forces or National Guard or possesses or is armed in the line of duty. Nope, Kyle's not in there. Now we go to C. This is the critical section. Now, fucking Krause kept trying to argue that because 2A is fulfilled, that he's guilty. And the judge says that's not the whole statute. And this is why. 3C. This section applies only to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a rifle or a shotgun if the person is in violation of 941.28. And then he says something. Oh, no wonder I didn't notice. No wonder I did not notice. He says, semicolon, done. Right here. There's not actually a semicolon, but he's saying that the word or, and this is good lawyering, that the word or is effectively a semicolon. So, this section applies only to a person under 18 who possesses or is armed with a rifle or a shotgun if the person is in violation of 941.28 or, so this is short barrel rifles. I'm not going to go to it. This is short barreled rifles, right? Kyle does not have a short barrel rifle. He has a standard length rifle. So that one, boom, exception. Or the next exception is not in compliance with this and this. So this is a hunting statute that applies to people 16 or younger. And if we have or, so we're in a separate clause, Kyle is not 16 or younger, so therefore you can't have this and this. You can't be, even if you're not in compliance here, you don't have to be in compliance here if you're over 16. Here we go. Let's open a new tab. Let's take a look. Persons under 12, 12 to 14, 14 to 16. No person 14 years of age or older, but under 16 years of age may hunt unless, and then it doesn't actually go on past that. So these two only apply to 16-year-olds, and they both have to apply. This one does not. This one, I guess we can just open it and take a peek. Short-barreled shotgun or short-barreled rifle. So he expertly argued that this or operates as a stop. These are two separate exceptions, and he's right on that. Kyle cannot be in violation of these, so this sentence is gone. It's gone. And actually, if this is gone, let's see. No, this is different. Okay, so this doesn't matter. This is a separate section talking about this. So everything from the or on, this doesn't apply to Kyle. So this is where it stops. And the judge agreed with Shirafisi. And so now what the state has to do is show that Kyle Rittenhouse is under 18, in possession of a dangerous weapon, and since the section only applies for a rifle or shotgun, and that dangerous weapon is a rifle, and now since the rifle is a rifle or shotgun, that they have to show that he's in violation of this. Those four things. The state cannot show the fourth one. The only testimony relating to the length of the barrel or the size of the gun overall comes from the defense asking the detective, was this the appropriate size gun? That's it. That's the only testimony. The state has no testimony that this is a short barrel rifle or a short barrel shotgun. None. And so the judge said that that Krause has the burden right now to go through the evidence and find where they meet that element. And if they don't, he's going to dismiss it. That's what he said. So that is great. Hunter Vacui says, fuck the lawyers. Well, rude. Is it a short barrel rifle or not? No, it's not. It's a standard barrel rifle. It's illegal, by the way, to own a short barrel rifle in the state of Wisconsin pretty much entirely. I know federally you can, but I don't think you well, let's see. No person may sell or offer to sell, transport, purchase, possess, or go armed with a short barrel shotgun or short barrel rifle. Any person violating this section is guilty of a Class H felony. Section does not apply to the sale, purchase, possession, use, transportation of a short barrel shotgun or short barrel rifle to or by any armed forces or National Guard personnel in line of duty, any peace officer of the United States or of any political subdivision of the United States, or any person who has complied with the licensing and registration requirements under 26 USC 5801 to 5872. So if you get your special tax stamp federally, that's when you're exempt from the law. Right? So if you get the federal licensure requirements, then you can have it. Otherwise, you can't. So typically, you're not going to walk into a bait and tackle shop like they did and buy a short barrel rifle. You got to have the right arms dealer for it. what is it, class 3? I'm not an expert on this. Something like a class 3 license to sell those things, a special license, and you got to apply for your ATF tax stamp or whatever to get this particular item. So cops can own SBR's carte blanche in the line of duty. They have to be in the line of duty. So it's hard to get these. That's the point of this. You're not going to just walk into a bait shop like they did or whatever it was. Hunting store, it doesn't matter. You're not just going to walk into your local Gander Mountain and buy a short-barreled rifle, right? It's not that simple. It's a long process to get this approved. You have to go get fingerprinted and all that stuff. So there's no evidence that Kyle had a short-barrel rifle. There's no evidence that he modified the rifle. Every report I've seen says it was a standard issue rifle. And when they held it up in court, you could see it's a standard rifle. When he's walking around with it on the video, you could see it's a standard barrel length rifle, right? I don't think anybody's under the illusion this is a short barrel rifle. So that charge is going to go. Seems to be. The judge has indicated it's going to go. And again, I want to clarify that's important because we're talking about the mental state of the jury. We're talking about the mental state of the jury and how they are perceiving this. And some of them may be of the perception that if he's illegally carrying a gun, then he's guilty and not able for self-defense. So if they come out and say, actually, this charge is dismissed. He was not illegally carrying a firearm. And then in closing arguments, we know that he's legally allowed to carry that firearm because we found out that the charges was dismissed. He's legally allowed to do it. He was permitted. He did nothing. Hashtag Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong that night. He was legally present because he wasn't in violation of curfew. He's legally carrying a firearm because the state tried to charge him and failed. He's putting out fires. He's offering medical aid to people until he is attacked by a deranged lunatic. There you go. There's your white pill. There's your white pill on this. That the facts and the law have always been on his side. I said that this, from the get-go, I said this stupid statute shouldn't apply. I think it should have been dismissed as a matter of law a long time ago, but that's me. Oh, hey, Barnes, you're in the chat? Is that what someone says? I didn't see him. He might be. Sometimes he is. Oh, there he is. How's it going, brother? He says judge will dismiss the gun charge. I agree. Judge indicated it. Should have been dismissed pre-trial, in my opinion, but the judge clarified today. And this is actually, if you want to go back and watch the live stream from me or from anybody else, some of the opening argument from the judge was really good stuff. And he clarified today that I allowed the charge to stay on because it was sufficiently pled. And that's where you get into the pleading standards and the propriety of dismissals at different stages of the case. He said, that does not mean I endorse that interpretation of the law. He just said it was adequately pled in the complaint. So there you go. That is what happened today. That is what happened this week. I wanted to put out some good news for people and say that, look, we were all bummed about the provocation thing. I do think it's really damaging to the case, but there's still a lot of good going for Kyle. And we still don't know about the motion for mistrial and the motion for dismissal. Motion for dismissal got a lot lower prospect today because now we have a jury question on provocation. It shouldn't have been there. If they didn't have that jury question, motion for dismissal was great. I don't know the judge would have granted it, Motion for mistrial is still there. I frankly don't believe the judge will grant the motion for mistrial. I don't think people should rely on Schrader to make this decision. I think he is convicted that this will go to jury. But you put the judge's own words about bad faith. You put the constitutional violation. You put the propensity violation into the motion. You put the numerous times that he snapped at the state for acting improperly. You put the picture that should not have been admitted. The expert who said, I don't know, on the stand 15 times. Like, I think it might have been more, but 15 times the state's expert says they don't know how the process works. You put all that in the motion for mistrial. You make the motion. If the judge denies it, you have it on appeal. And that's what you got. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes to jury, we can hope and pray that it's at least a mistrial, hung jury, while they appeal the other the motion for the mistrial. Trevor, that I don't know. Trevor asks, which dummy on the defense entered the annotated video that also conceded Kyle may be pointing a gun at Zeminski that needlessly helped the state's provocation argument? I don't know. I have no idea. Whoever did it, whoever included that video in the defense's evidence, I mean, that actually might be malpractice. The annotation says possibly, not probably, not maybe. It says possibly, but it doesn't matter. That might be actual malpractice. I cannot believe you would put in a hearsay testimony into your own video suggesting your client provoked an attack. That is a unless you're pleading guilty. Look again, it says probably. Didn't I tweet it out? Oh, it does say, okay. It says, could be Rittenhouse pointing gun, probably at the Zeminskis. So thank you. Yes, you're correct. I've got it here. I guess I can pull it up real quick. So could be Rittenhouse pointing gun, probably at the Zeminskis. Just, again, putting this in may be malpractice. I can't say it any other way. I just, I can't do it. Oh my gosh. I just can't. Okay, sorry. I had to send a DM right there. Whew. Well, I mean, what are you doing? Why would you put that in? Your Honor, I want to include video evidence. Now, there's an annotation on the video. I don't know how this works, but someone came in and added words to the video, which is something in modern technology allows you to do. But they added words. It says, my client, Your Honor, respectfully killed a baby. Oh my gosh. Oh, I just whoo. Can't believe someone would do that. Let me see here. Let me get some of these chats here. Where is it? Oh my goodness. We got to go back. We've got to go back. Okay, Jeff K says, with Biden weigh-in, how does that impact appeal? I don't know that Biden's weigh-in has anything to do with the appeal. I don't know that has anything to do with that at all. That is yeah. It depends on how he weighs in, but the weigh-in on Chauvin didn't matter. I don't know that it'll matter here. It matters if the jury sees it and all that stuff and how it's worded. So I'm not going to speculate too hard on that one. Tara Rayner says, can the Posobiec video be sent to the judge to determine the provocation instruction as he hasn't formalized the instructions yet? Rumor has it that Zeminski is an FBI CI. Awesome is Canadian inquiring. Maybe Richards and Sheriff VC can convince the judge to watch the video that's not in evidence, but the judge isn't supposed to consider video that's not in the record. So, they'd have to send it. They'd have to have an argument over it. I don't think so. I don't think that that's a reality. Not at this point. They could have done it earlier. That's the thing. They could have gotten anybody to download the video and just make up shit that they saw in it and say it. That's what the state did. They could have done that. Or they could have properly objected to this. All right. I'm going to bring on, oh my gosh, this is not even really happening, y'all. Mr. Robert Barnes, how you doing, buddy?
I'm wearing my CIA T-shirt in honor of David Hancock, who's the person who has hijacked the Rittenhouse defense. I don't know what the reference is for.
I have no idea that you even owned a T-shirt. I've learned so much today.
Exactly.
Here I am. This is the first time in my life I've been more formally dressed than you ever.
Exactly.
Well, welcome to the show, man. I saw you in the chat. There are a whole bunch of people saying bring Barnes on, so I'm really glad you had some time tonight. What is your thought on how things are going? If you want to comment on my assessment, that's fine. If you want to just go ahead and start fresh and make your own, please do. I'm anxious to hear some other opinion on this.
No, I think your assessment is correct. The facts and the law still favor Kyle. That hasn't changed. But what changed was another monumental defense mistake that to me is ineffective assistance of counsel. But the courts, of course, say you can sleep through a death penalty trial, and that's not ineffective assistance. So that's why it's not an effective legal remedy. By the way, did you see? I haven't seen any evidence that they actually ever filed the motion for mistrial. I thought they were going to argue that today. It wouldn't surprise me, by the way, if they withdrew it, because that's their mindset. Their mindset from the very beginning is that they can't lose this case. And consequently, they've taken complete undue risks because they didn't think they could lose.
Yeah, I saw the volume issue. It is now remedied. Sorry about that, guys. No, I think I haven't seen the mistrial either. In fact, they adjourned court And I thought they went to lunch. Not only did I think they went to lunch, I'm pretty sure Law and Crime and PBS, who sat there with their live feeds going for the next hour, figured he said jury instructions and motions. And so they must be coming back. And so we sat around, talked for an hour and a half at least, until it's like, no, I guess court is done for the day. I'm waiting for the mistrial. The provocation charge, at least in my assessment, and I'm not an expert on this, so I wanted to ask, it does that torpedoes the motion to dismiss, right? Like now that we have a fact question for the jury on the murder charges, you've basically, that's handed over to a finder of fact. Is that accurate?
Yes. I mean, if he finds there's sufficient evidence to give it to the jury, then by definition, there's not a directed verdict.
Right. And
they still have the motion for mistrial with prejudice. Still
right.
available.
That's a separate issue. And that is on this, the gross violation of the Fifth Amendment rights of Kyle Rittenhouse, and
it was part of a sequence. I had wanted them to start laying the groundwork for this, also laying the groundwork for provocation. If they had laid the groundwork for misconduct, laid the groundwork for why provocation has no application and how it will be misused and abused, and laid the groundwork for how prejudicial pretrial publicity had been for Kyle and Kenosha, then none of this would be happening, because the judge is assuming what he's getting off of them, that they are very confident that they're going to win the case by the way they're behaving and handling matters. He assumes the same. That's why he's willing to submit it to the jury. He would much rather have a jury acquittal than a judicial dismissal. And right. And that, like, I had this exact conversation with Richards. Is like, shouldn't we bring up to the court? The court clearly doesn't know that, almost 2/3 of Kenoshans, because of pretrial publicity, have prejudged the case. And he basically didn't understand polling. That was his answer. It was like, oh my God. He also, when I said AI, he said, "What's AI?" And I was like, "Oh, you're the guy responsible for video technology, and you don't know what the words AI mean." I was like, "Oh, this is." But I figured as long as we got to pick the jury, even an idiot could win this case. A true idiot. I'll say from now on is even a Richards could win the case, because the facts were so strong, the law was so strong, and Kyle was so innocent. You had to have an extraordinarily innocent guy, not, kind of innocent, not maybe innocent, not under the circumstances innocent, a kid who was just purely innocent. The reason why he even got caught in that situation is because of how innocent he was. Yeah. He was naive and idealistic. The photo that they're freezing, that they're claiming he magically shifted his gun and somehow raised it with his left hand and then magically shifted it back to the right hand, that's him in shock. He drops the extinguisher because Zeminski makes the threat. And he's like, he doesn't comprehend that, the idea that someone would want to kill him. Well, why would someone? That's why he was there. That
fire. I'm just putting out fires here.
Why?
Why?
Exactly. And then Rosenbaum comes behind. It was an ambush. The whole thing was a Zeminski. It was an orchestrated ambush with Zeminski and Rosenbaum. They were waiting to get him, particularly given Kyle looks like a big kid. It's not a surprise, the pedophile, that triggers their deepest anger, and it triggers the Antifa sociopathic criminal rage that those people were demonstrating that night. And Binger knows that. They know that they're faking the video, but it's just because there's been an incompetent technical defense. And especially, throughout the trial, they were letting in all this video with all this prejudicial hearsay that was impermissible. It wasn't relevant. It was more prejudicial and more confusing than it was probative. It was lay opinions, and it was hearsay. It was 4 different evidentiary objections. You could throw in the confrontation clause for kickers. It was as inadmissible as anything could be. And now they got burned because they stuck that exhibit in without even thinking about it. But clearly they had never really screened it, never really reviewed it. And like the other thing they wouldn't do is they wouldn't benefit from crowdsourcing. I was like, these days with all the autists on 4chan, you have all these different people out there. I had dozens of IT professionals volunteer to help to build a website for part of the court of public opinion. That too, of course, was turned down in all their efforts and got negated. But I was like, you got all these people were sending me stuff about this video going back months, saying that this was coming and saying how it would be wrong. And Richards just refused to, didn't want anybody else involved. And most partially ego and partially and misjudging the case and partially because he was always overconfident. And it may turn out that, God bless that jury, and they got a very fair jury. But as you noted, 5 of the 18 are wearing masks. That would be the kind of person you would strike. And there's a risk of a bad verdict because I won't go into details, but some of the jurors they were worried about were the jurors they should not have been worried about. And so if they may have struck people based on that were actually would have been good jurors. This is what happens when you have 3 liberal Democrats helping pick the jury. I mean, it's just, Joe Ellen Demetrius has been sitting there the whole time, still pretending she picked the OJ jury. She didn't pick the OJ jury. Johnny Cochran picked the OJ jury. First, by guilt tripping the prosecutor for moving the case from the West Side to downtown LA. And second, Johnny knew the black community exceptionally well. And he was a great defense lawyer, period. Whatever you think of Johnny, one of the best of all time.
Yeah, one of the greatest.
Absolutely. He knew if he got older African-American women that were mothers, they were going to come to the protection of OJ, and they were particularly not going to like all those pictures of the white girl who stole her from his black wife, right? I mean, Johnny encouraged the prosecution to keep putting up those photos. The young one when 17, when she's like looking like she's at a car wash and things like this. I mean, they put up some really dumb photos in that case, but Johnny played it to the nth degree. That's why when they took a tour of the house as part of the trial, which is always a weird thing, but they did, he had Bibles in like every room. OJ probably had to open up a Bible since he was 6.
They brought the jury through OJ's house?
Yes.
What the hell would you do that for?
I forget what the excuse was, but there was some evidentiary excuse for them to see the property. And of course, Johnny used it to the nth degree. There's a Bible here. There's a Bible here. And, you got the used Bibles. So they look like they've been beat up, and Bibles handed down by grandma and great grandma. And you got them all there. Johnny knew what he was doing, but she's been pretending she picked that jury forever when she did not. Mostly what she's been there is she's been David Hancock's person to manage things because he's wanted control. And
she's the lady in the courtroom.
Yeah. Not the lady at the court table. She's sitting next to Wendy Rittenhouse in the back. Gotcha.
Okay. See, I don't know any of the backstory here. I'm just on the, this is what's happening in the courtroom at the bench. And what I saw with just the evidence and the admission of evidence and the lack of objection to the fact that not only are you allowing a cop to testify that he downloaded a video from Twitter or YouTube, and what should happen in this case is they could say, this is a true and accurate representation of what was posted to Twitter and YouTube. And that should be the extent of their ability to bring this evidence before the court. But going further, how is this cop laying foundation that this is a true and accurate representation of the events of that night?
Exactly. And you could put up a doctored video on Twitter and YouTube. So there's a process. And my argument was bring in the witnesses, because there are only 2 people who recorded evidence that night video. One, people that are favorable witnesses that didn't like what was happening that night, whether it was Drew Hernandez or Richie McGinnis or any of the others, or the some of the family members, et cetera, that were there, or they're commie lefties who are despicable. And so either way, you win by having those people have to authenticate any video to come in. And you really, in my view, only needed the video of Rosenbaum saying crazy stuff and then the incident. A lot of the other stuff I never thought was particularly useful anyway. But you had enough from those people to get it. And then you get to introduce it through Drew Hernandez. Then you force the prosecution, if they want to get it in, to put Drew Hernandez on the stand. They didn't want to do that. Put Richie McGinnis on the stand. They had to because he was a complaining witness, though he's not complaining. They put him on the stand. And they didn't obviously want to put the little commies on the stand. They had bad enough with Potboy early on. So there was limit, but it was just not handled. They kept telling me all the way through that they had high-end video professionals. And I was like, let's share the evidence. Let's put it up on a box format. I have a bunch of experts that want to come in and help. Weren't even going to require a penny or nickel or dime or dollar up front at all. And they were just kept giving me delays and delays and delays, and then never did. And people thought that I was being critical because of my own disagreement. I didn't plan on saying a word. It was my fear of what has happened, and hopeful that maybe if I can say something, maybe these things won't happen. maybe it gets back to enough people that could have decision-making influence that they fix some things. Unfortunately, most of them ended up not fixed. But Kyle did a fantastic job on the stand, completely undue risk to put him up there. And for people that are, who watch today, only because of his testimony were they able to get in a bunch of lesser includeds.
Yes.
Those lesser includeds aren't there, but for him testifying. Not only that, it removed some arguments because I still think, you could have argued that Kyle didn't know that Rosenbaum wasn't armed because he had just heard a shot right behind him. And then Rosenbaum's running right at him. But you put Kyle on the stand and he says he knew he wasn't armed. I think some of that may be later recollection. I don't know how he could have known that before, but again, it was just, I get he's clearly innocent and he communicates that innocence. And what your high school student said is what I heard as well, which is that people in the courtroom had zero doubts about the authenticity of, I'm glad it's now public, Kyle's PTSD on the stand.
Right.
That's been true from the get-go. I thought it should have been a part of it should have at least been considered as part of the trial presentation because it changes the whole dynamics of how people perceive this kid. Not a cocky, arrogant, militia, none of that. A very naive, very idealistic kid trying to protect his community where almost all of his family is from. Not just his dad. It goes, grandma, aunt, uncle, on and on and on, cousins, etc. Where he worked, of course, where his friends were, all the rest. But it was, again, Antioch's a suburban community of Kenosha. That's what that is. Everybody in Kenosha knows that.
Right.
So even Binger trying to make the point he wasn't from Kenosha doesn't really sell well to any reasonable jury from Kenosha. It'd be like saying, it's like he made a big deal about West Bend, Grambo being from West Bend. West Bend is like 10 minutes up the road,
Yeah. That's the difference between Twitter and the jury room, right? Those jurors know where West Bend is. They know where Antioch is. They're not, and you haven't seen anything. You've seen Binger try to frame Kyle as an outsider a little bit, and it's sounded pretty hollow, especially when it's like, I work here. I slept at and Dominic Black's like, he sleeps at my house. He calls me brother. I live here in Kenosha.
I think Binger didn't do that for the jury. He
No.
did that for the media and for the public and the press because he knows, and that's why he didn't hammer it much, because he knows the jury knows that that's a lie to pretend
Right.
West Bend and Antioch are not part of the Kenosha community. These are Milwaukee and Chicago fans that live in Kenosha, 2/3, well, a little more Milwaukee fans, but they consider themselves part of that extended community. So but yeah, it's going to come down to the big problem with provocation, even though they were always going there. This was always the objective. I'd been preaching this for a while.
They made their whole case about this ethereal provocation. Like the whole night is somehow provocative, and every action that Kyle has done leading up to this point for hours before the event somehow amounts to the provocation that he's not allowed to defend himself later is ludicrous. But that's what they've been selling to the jury the whole time, and Richard should have noticed completely.
I'd made it clear that this is where I was going because, like a good point that Legal Bites made on your earlier broadcast, was that the bigger problem is that provocation is a legal hook upon which that broader moral narrative sells to the jurors that are prejudiced against Kyle. Right. They hear the words provocation and they think what you're just talking about. Oh, yeah, he shouldn't have been there. Oh, yeah, he shouldn't have gone out. Oh, yeah, he shouldn't have had a gun. Oh, yeah, he shouldn't have been alone. Oh, yeah. On and on and on and on. And so, and for them, that was the biggest problem with the jury pool. There was about a third of the jury pool. There were 2/3 that were biased, but a third were hardcore. And these were people that wouldn't budge, that just wouldn't move off of that position, because to them, that's what made it. It was this whole opening statement theme. All this violence, only one person shot and killed anybody. That's his point. And his point is, why does that happen? Because a kid was there who wasn't supposed to be there. But legally, he never had a foothold because there was no legal provocation. Because, that's the problem with losing the curfew charge and now losing the gun charge, is without either one of those, he didn't even have any theory for provocation in this broader sense of unlawful conduct and even
Right.
being there. And because the problem is the jury instruction uses that such a bland word, and provocation, unlawful conduct, right? I mean, what does that mean, right? But to jurors are going to impose their moral narrative onto the instruction and
Yep.
extend it and expand it into a place it doesn't legally belong. That's why it was critical that instruction never be given, because then that strips Binger of the anchor he needs to show something in the otherwise he was just going to have to argue reasonableness. And that didn't sound nearly as effective as a
No.
broad word like provocation.
If they don't have the provocation instruction, they can credibly ask the judge to dismiss for insufficient evidence. The judge can deny it for sure, but then they've got an appealable order on this denial to go, no, there's not sufficient evidence here on the record. Here is the evidence that they've presented. Here's the record. The appeals court can review it. And, they may defer to the judge at the same time, but I think it'd be a clear error or abuse of discretion standard. I'm not sure, but they could say, no, I think it's got to be abuse of discretion, right? On that one?
And well, I mean, I think what's useful here is he does now have appellate issues. He's got mistrial with prejudice, which is on a constitutional violation, which is a compelling one. And he's got giving the provocation instruction based on introducing a blob of and calling it evidence. I mean, that's deeply problematic. And the other utilities, Wisconsin Supreme Court is a majority conservative court. It will probably I'm not sure about if there's an election between now and when, if hopefully never has to happen, but if Kyle's case gets up to the Wisconsin Supreme Court, if the court of public opinion is good and it's a 5-2 conservative majority, they'll reverse the verdict. And it's interesting that this judge, who's clearly, he's evidence that he has serious doubts about the prosecution's case. I have no doubt wouldn't have brought the case himself, of course. And I think he would have taken these protective actions had he known about the pretrial prejudice publicity. The second is, if they had really prepped him on provocation, he would have been ready to deny it, understanding it, particularly in light of the pretrial prejudice and the way in which it will be misconstrued and misapplied in this context, that it won't be applied in this limited way. And they won't, Binger, he won't stick to that limited way.
No.
He'll make the much broader argument. He might not make it explicitly, but it will be there implicitly all the way through.
Yeah, he's gonna run all over the provocation. I mean, that again, he's made his entire case on this idea. Because when you get down to the logical aspect of it, the idea that you're not allowed to shoot someone who's stomping your head into the ground, the idea that you're not allowed to shoot someone who's smashing your head with a skateboard, the idea that you're not allowed to shoot someone who's pointing a gun at your face, or in a weird way, Rosenbaum is one of the best cases, but also the worst cases, I guess, because stomping your head into the ground, hitting you in the head with a skateboard, and pointing a gun at your face is more compelling than the idea that this guy's just got hands and feet. But when you consider that he's run full speed, made clear threats to Kyle throughout the night, and got his hand on the barrel of the gun itself, and that is shown by the medical examiner, we can say, okay, no, someone grabs your gun, you shoot. Because if you don't shoot, they grab your gun, they shoot you, and they maybe shoot someone else. And you're reasonably allowed to think that is the default position of someone reaching for your weapon. And you can ask any cop on earth, and they should have asked this to the detectives on cross. So you, as a police officer, someone grabs your gun, you pull the trigger, right? You shoot him, don't you? You don't want to shoot him. Of course not. You're a police officer. You're out there to protect people. But if someone's unruly, if someone's crazy, if they're running at you full speed and they get their hand on your service weapon, you have to pull the trigger, right? And of course, those cops are going to say yes. You say, that's what happened with Jacob Blake, wasn't it? Jacob Blake's getting into a car. That car's become a dangerous weapon. You have to pull the trigger. You pin these guys down who are going to be favored in pulling the trigger and make them say that that's exactly what's going to happen, especially if they're going to have Kyle come testify.
Well, because one of the other myths of Binger is that these were unarmed. By law, if you grab somebody's gun, you're armed. So because I mean that in fact there's cases on this. When you grab the other person's gun, you're considered armed with a dangerous weapon because now you have the control or the capacity of that weapon going off in some manner. So both people who were shot at the time they were grabbing Kyle's gun, and the third person had a gun. So that's one part. The second part, of course, is what Kyle they needed to expand on this in the opening statement. What Kyle understood was the reason why he's running is a combination of Zeminski and Rosenbaum.
Mhm.
So he sees these two people are out to kill him, and he hears a gunshot behind him. So he knows that if unless he defends himself right then, he's dead one way or the other. Now, the good point I'm glad he made, which was a point I wanted him and the defense to make, was he emphasized, I mean, he's done a better job defending himself than Richards has defending him.
Absolutely.
He said on the stand, they're going to kill the gun. He said they were going to take the gun, kill me, and likely kill others. And that was one of the themes I wanted to put in there. There was no active shooter that night. But if Kyle hadn't defended himself, there would have been. And that active shooter would have been Joseph Rosenbaum, a guy just released from the nut house with mental issues, who was engaged, who said he wanted to kill all night long. What if he has that AR-15? Where does he start aiming it? This is the guy that was setting fires wherever he could, including next to a gas station. So that's where I thought large parts of that. But Richards will be doing the close.
Oh,
it was Richards' idea, by the way. That was all Richards. That was not
him closing. I'm going to need a lobotomy after 2.5 hours of his close. There's no way it's going to be any good. I mean, maybe he'll surprise me.
I hope and pray he does the best ever defense. And part of the reason why I've been publicly critical is the hopes that parts of it linger back and it motivates him in a positive direction to put on the best defense and then prove Barnes is just an asshole. And go up and give the greatest ever close because it needs to be done. But it's not his natural instinct. Unless somebody helps him with it, I'm not optimistic. And Binger will do a sleazy, swarmy close. And then it does all depend on the jury. Unless they screwed up and deliberately removed good jurors and put bad jurors on, I cannot see convictions on the homicide counts or the reckless endangerment counts, because the nature of these reckless endangerment counts, self-defense is a full defense. It's only if he had hit somebody that was out, like if he had hit McGinnis, then that would be reckless injury, and self-defense is not a defense as to that. But he did reckless endangerment. It does have a full, complete defense of self-defense.
And there's a hopeful element in the judge saying, I mean, he put all 4 rounds. Judge even says it. He puts all 4 rounds on target. I'm kind of confused on how this is reckless.
Yeah.
Like you should be confused, Judge, and you probably should dismiss the charge because, well, I mean, I guess that's actually J&OV fodder, right? If they find self-defense in the shooting of Rosenbaum, but they try and do a compromise verdict on the reckless endangerment, that's when you make a motion for J&OV. Your Honor, I mean, they found self-defense here. There's no way they can find that he was recklessly shooting this guy. All 4 rounds were on target. I love crowds like, well, not all of them. One of them only grazed him. It's like,
yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing is the 2 reckless endangerment counts. One, there's been no witness to testify for that. The so-called complaining witness never showed up in court. No testimony on that. So did he feel recklessly endangered? I mean, you have a victim who's not a victim, who's not even in court. And then Richie McGinnis said he was out of the way, that he did not feel imminently in danger. He stepped out of it before the shooting occurred. So in my view, there was sufficient evidence for him to give a directed verdict on there. And again, these are things he may have done if he'd known about the pretrial publicity, if he'd understood the risk. And because the other aspect was putting the basis for misconduct. Richard specifically told me not to say anything about Binger or go after Binger, because it was my idea from the get-go. I want to look at all of his cases and see if there's an extended pattern, because there almost always is. The guy was already misusing and abusing bail proceedings, misusing and abusing evidence proceedings to libel Kyle, to create pretrial publicity and prejudice. And he was like, no, he started yelling at me. He lost his temper. So that's when I was like, okay, it's going to be like that. But
if he doesn't, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll say if they had planned, because this is a guy that has a history of it, number one. Number two, was doing it in bail proceedings, constantly lying about Kyle. I mean, lied about the address disclosure issues, lied about Proud Boys associations, lied about a whole bunch of things that he knew Kyle knew nothing about, lied about the OK gesture, lied about other aspects related to that, then lied in evidence, said certain evidence was going to prove certain things that it didn't, introduced it solely to create pretrial prejudice, knowing the judge was never going to allow it in. And then on top of that, misleads them in the opening statement, tried to suborn perjury by the witness who testified about their attempts to get him to change his testimony, and quite frankly, obviously did suborn perjury, because I mean he put those car source people up on the stand, had to know they were lying on.
Oh my
just
gosh.
pathologically. So you build the predicate of that, you braise it every single time with the judge. How much abuse are we going to have? How many violations are we going to tolerate? Are prosecutors above the law in Kenosha? Just over and over and over, so that when he crosses the line on the Fifth Amendment issue and then crosses the line on an evidentiary restriction issue, he's ready to pull the trigger. And again, he's ready to do so because he knows there's pretrial publicity that makes it tough to get a fair jury. That's good. Like, his whole thinking is, this is going to make Kenosha look good. The kid will get acquitted, prove what the facts are, all done. But if he knew the jury had pretrial publicity that prejudiced them, then he's like, oh, I need to step in and I need to fix this now. I need to correct this now. I don't want Kenosha to be embarrassed again by hanging an innocent kid because of what happened. And that's where because he didn't know that one fact, it unraveled a whole host of decisions he could have made that would have been in Kyle's favor.
Now, one of the things I wanted to ask you about is, I think Binger made a critical mistake on the cross-examination of Drew Hernandez, who I thought Drew did he did great on direct, but on cross, he came across very unbelievable, very biased. I think he was way overselling his position there personally. But one of the things that happened is Binger brings up the political issue. He brings the case to a political nature. I think that was a big mistake for him. Hypothetically, you're on the team. Are you focusing a section of your brief on the fact that this is clearly a political trial, has always been a political trial, and the only person to raise the political issue in this entire case is the state when the testimony is inconvenient for him? How do you approach that?
Well, and that this was a political weaponization of the prosecutorial process for a personally ambitious prosecutor that would never be brought in by 99 out of 100 prosecutors. It wouldn't have been brought by almost any prosecutor in the rest of Wisconsin. The head DA was scared to bring it. The head DA, he loves to try high-profile cases. You couldn't find him within 100 miles of the courthouse during this trial. Now he shouldn't have allowed it to go forward, but it's a testament to that. It's clear Binger has political aspirations and ambitions. His connections to various people by family ties and otherwise in Kenosha is well known. There's other ties. Binger bats both ways, and there's some interesting stories there too. And some corruption issues and relationships with public officials that he really shouldn't be having all of that. And but what Binger always knew is he knows Richards. So that's another reason for Binger's confidence, misplaced confidence. And sometimes his ego is so big, his arrogance exceeded his intelligence, like when he asked Richie McGinnis one too many questions and I thought the three most memorable moments in the trial, and two of the three were, one was were on state witnesses. Binger asking McGinnis, well, you don't know what Rosenbaum was thinking. He said F you and tried to grab the gun. That was great.
Brutal.
That was beautiful by McGinnis. Beautiful.
Yep.
Then Gabe, then Gaby boy getting up on the stand, Mr. I want to be a violent commie, pretend to be a medic. Can't really get my gun license because of that latest crime I got accused of. Not because I forgot to send it in the mail. Admitting, oh yeah, that's true. When I had my hands up, he didn't shoot. When I went for the gun and pointed at his head, I guess then he shot. And then his roommate lying and perjuring himself on the stand. Oh, I just made it all up. Yeah. Right. But then the third, obviously, being Kyle's ability to communicate his honest emotions on the stand and stay even keeled, which is tough to do. And Binger misread that because Binger never understood Kyle is why he couldn't cross Kyle effectively. Because he took him as this arrogant, cocky militia. He was never any of those things. Purely naive, purely idealistic. And then trying to make this a Call of Duty case. Call of Duty? You're going to blame
Why-
Call of Duty? Are we
why
back
would
with
you
Tipper
do
Gore in the 1980s? I mean, what a bunch of insanity. But Kyle really did a fantastic job, but he never should have been put under. You put an 18-year-old under that much pressure I mean, that's just unconscionable. And as Robert Grueller mentioned, they didn't even hug him or do anything when he walked off the stand. It's like he doesn't exist, and you have to have a personal, impassioned relationship with your client. And it's easy when he's as innocent as this kid is. I've had a few clients that, that's not so easy. But this kid would have been the easiest in the world, to give him a hug and acknowledge him and thank him because the jury's watching. Also, just because it's the honest way. I mean, the kid was clearly still shaking when he got off the stand. You could tell by the way he was walking around.
Well, he just got grilled by I won't say too much. He just got grilled by a Binger, right?
Yeah.
He just sat there for, they put him on the stand for like an hour, and then Binger got what, 2.5, 3 hours back at
almost
him.
4 hours when you add it all together. It was just on and on and on and on and on. And he was trying to break him down and try to, God, the lack of objections in this case is mind-boggling, just mind-boggling.
What about
there too? If the judge knew pretrial publicity, he's a lot more careful about what evidence he lets in. He probably intervenes himself, as he occasionally did.
Right.
But he would have intervened more often to say no, 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 and no.
What about the big fumble that at least I perceived it as a big fumble on Rosenbaum's girlfriend and Huber's aunt or great aunt or whatever? Both of these, the state is stupidly offering witnesses that clearly have no purpose other than character. And first of all, they object. The one time they object when they shouldn't. And that's when she's saying he's a good boy who runs towards fires. You should have withdrew that objection immediately. It's like, no, actually, you know what? We withdraw that objection. Let him go ahead and talk about what a great guy he is. And then read the charges once the jury comes back. By the way, he's a good boy. You said you just moved back. Do you remember his criminal charges? Like you just ask. And then with Rosenbaum's girlfriend, she opens the door because she says, bipolar disorder. He took his meds. I think they're for bipolar disorder. Well, why do you think that? Well, where was he that night? You said he came home from the hospital. Do you know why he was in the hospital? Was it related to his bipolar disorder? And then you work your way back. Does he have a history of violence? Why didn't he stay there that night? Why didn't he stay at your house? Does he have a history of this? Did you know about this? I mean, you probably knew a little bit about this, right? And you're trying to help him work through it. And I know things don't always work out. People aren't perfect, but you knew about his past. Can you tell us a little bit more? You just get there by steps.
Well, there was a temporary restraining order on him because of his violence against her.
Exactly.
So, there was extensive. They opened the door, like it was clear on Huber because they go on this extensive objection. And they say, well, if they open the door, here's what we're going to introduce. And you know what Binger thought of that because they immediately withdrew getting into that at all. So it's obviously the edge was let him open that door and hammer it home and walk right through it.
Did you catch this moment by Richards? I didn't catch it live, but Richards, thank God, told the judge when he was bitching about something because when he talks to the judge, he's usually pretty good, but he does get pissy from time to time. He did today.
He has a hot temper.
Yeah.
I've witnessed it firsthand.
So Richard says to the judge at one point, and this blew me away. He's like, I went up and I whispered to opposing counsel, stop this line of questioning or else I'm going to go here. And then he did. And it's like, why on earth would you do that? Just this is a murder trial. This isn't like you're working out a plea deal on a petty theft. Like, man, give no ground. This is murder. If this kid loses, he goes to prison forever. Oh, that
Yeah.
that torqued me off.
It was mind-numbing. I mean, all the irrelevant prejudicial evidence they let in, all the mishandling of technological video presentation, the gamble of putting Kyle on and the ways in which that undermined aspects of the defense inevitably, despite how well Kyle did, and not prepping the judge for the risks related to pretrial publicity, evidentiary issues, and provocation, put Kyle at undue and unnecessary risk, where he has to hope that that God bless that jury. Because seeing everything else, I have zero reason to have any confidence in how they picked the jury. One, they just didn't ask enough questions to even know information. Two, the questions they did ask were information they should have got from data, which means they didn't do a meaningful data deep dive on all these people. And then third, just watching the rest of the trial presentation, there's no reason to have any confidence in their jury selection. And so and people thought, well, maybe people are throwing it. It's nothing like that.
No.
This is a combination of ego and limits on competence and capability. And I think people saw through the trial what I talked about. Richards is a good fact guy, not a law guy, not a narrative guy. And consequently, not good at objections, not good at jury instructions, not good at opening statements, not likely to be good at closing arguments, and sporadic in his cross-examinations and sporadic in his direct examinations. Because you saw with the video guy, that should have been very effective testimony by the expert. And instead, it ended up being, him taking it.
Insufferable.
And because he dives into these facts in weird ways. He needed somebody else to craft the narrative for him. He could still perform, but he needed someone else to help him with that. And thank God the Corey guy was there because he's good at cross-examination.
He's very good.
Still doesn't object nearly as much as he could, but putting that aside, very good at cross-examination. Otherwise, this would have been a complete disaster. God, in terms of trial presentation. Now, the thing is, because Kyle is so innocent, the facts are so on his side, and the law favors him in Wisconsin. That's what gives him a good chance. But you have the gamble of whoever's sitting on that jury. One last to put in provocation. Two things. You were right about the gun charge all the way. We've been talking about this all the way through.
Yep.
That I remember arguing like 2 days afterwards, saying that the only thing that's banned is a short-barreled rifle. And the best way to explain to the judge was simple. In Wisconsin, they did not want to ban guns on the farm. They didn't want Junior to not be able to have a gun on the farm. So shotgun, rifle, no problem. Anything like a handgun, anything like a short-barreled rifle, anything like that, different dynamic. Because they were thinking about urban violence when they passed that law. That was what it was all about, Milwaukee handgun violence especially. So they were always going to make, especially Wisconsin, 65% of Wisconsin lives in rural areas or small towns by census definition. It is one of the more rural states in the country. It's why Trump almost won it, even when he slipped further behind in Michigan, because Wisconsin's more rural than Michigan is. Similar like Minnesota. I mean, if it wasn't for the Twin Cities, Trump would have had a chance, but Twin Cities.
I live in like a +5 Republican county. We have a Democrat congressman, but the only reason we do is because he's the chair of the United States Agriculture Committee. So it's like the farmers out here, they love him on his ability to get them subsidies. they don't care so much for his politics. And he's never he's only ever a deciding vote when they have no one else. But no, it's this whole thing. And to give Richards and Sheriff VC some credit, because I don't want to shit on him too much. Sheriff VC actually doesn't deserve much ire at all. He's been doing whatever he has.
Richard should have kept his mouth shut during jury instructions, because Corey was doing just a fine enough job on jury instructions. That's his kind of area. He's more of a lawyer, and he was persuading the judge, as you pointed out, until Richards decided to go.
Stupid. Did you hear that Corey Sheriffisi today actually slammed Richards? He did. It was subtle and it was brief. I don't remember exactly what he said. Maybe I can find it at some point. But he said, if I was doing this part, I would have done it this way. And it was like, that was a little bit, that was bordering on unprofessional, but I think it was merited. But he basically said, if it were up to me, we would have done this part completely differently. And that was a neat moment. But No, to give them, if this were not Kyle Rittenhouse, if this were a bog standard self-defense claim, I think a lot of the concerns are a lot different in going on. And I don't think that some of the things that have come up would have been as big of an issue, but you keep pointing out that a big part of this is the pre-trial prejudice that the jury has. They're coming into this, and we've seen this, even people in town probably don't even know who he killed, right? They're just like, this guy went there armed hunting. I get comments on these live streams where people are like, he was there hunting people. It's like, oh my God, then I don't know what you're watching. Because if he's hunting people, he did a terrible job. If he's hunting people, he should be up on the roof sniping people where no one can find him. Maybe I shouldn't tell how I would do it. But
well, I mean, it's how the revolutionary guy did of cops in Dallas.
Yeah.
It's the other thing with that on the provocation side. What provocation really triggers under these facts is a duty to retreat. That's what it does. That's why they got the duty to retreat instruction in too. And the problem is it just confuses the jury and creates the legal anchor by which those who prejudged Kyle can argue for conviction in the jury room. And that's where the big gamble now is. And it's yeah. So I mean, we'll see. I mean, hopefully when they do that random draw with hopefully they do it the way I've seen some federal courts seem to somehow do it. And those 5 masked people just magically, God just kicks them out of there. And they're 5 of the 6 that are bye-bye. But that's, anybody that's wearing a mask voluntarily, chances are not good that they're a good juror.
Yeah. And now I did see they literally have like a bingo tumbler. That's what they after the courtroom, they had that thing on display. I don't know if they picked them today. I think they pick them after closing argument. So but it's literally bingo tumbler. They put the names in it and there's a crank and it turns around. So hopefully that works. But I was going to ask something and now I lost it. It probably
see the media narrative is already if the African American and Mexican American, I think there's one African American, one Mexican American on the, which by the way mostly reflects a little underrepresented, but mostly reflects Kenosha. Kenosha is a white working class community, middle class community. It's a little more middle class these days because you've had some more people that are work in Chicago or work in Milwaukee live in Kenosha.
Sure.
But still sees it as very middle America, heavily ethnic. Typically, a typical Kenosha jury would have, out of 12, you would have 4 Germans. You would have 1 to 2 Polish, 1 to 2 Irish, 1 to 2 Italian, 1 to 2 Mexican Americans. It's actually about 10% of the population now. And I think they have very liberal jury selection methods. I think it's driver's license, or in Wisconsin, it's like if there's any means by which you show up anywhere in the state as possibly being a resident. That's how that woman who was a resident in Chicago got pulled up because she was still listed in one of their old, unlike federal court where they're much more restrictive at who gets in there. That's how it would be. But particularly if the African American or Mexican American doesn't make it in the final 12, they're already prepping it. Twitter was promoting it yesterday. It'll be all white jury will be the lingo. Will be used particularly if there's acquittals, because they're already prepping that logic. But but basically the provocation instruction created undue problems, undue risks. Hopefully, my instinct is still strong towards mistrial. I'm still hopeful of acquittals, just in the belief that they got some good blessings with the jury. I cannot see convictions on any of the homicide counts, even the lesser included. I can't see it.
I can't either, except in my like deepest, darkest, pessimistic ways. But no, I think again the law and facts are so far in his favor. I think I think any convictions we see are going to be a compromise verdict. And
I agree.
That compromise verdict for the chat just means that they don't want to convict him on the big stuff, but they want to convict him of something. Something has to have been done wrong, and therefore we're gonna find something. So they grab one of the lesser included offenses on the attempted reckless homicide. And I think Corey Shearfeezy's right on that one. I don't know how you attempt recklessness like that. that doesn't make sense to me. But are you going to be available? Are you going to be around on Monday for the? Okay,
I'll try not to be. I hope it goes well, because otherwise I'll probably be climbing the walls again. But that's because Viva was talking about doing a live stream after the closing arguments, and I was like, it's probably going to depend on my mood. It might not be a great idea if I do it, because today I've been agitated all week, and I've got tons of other projects that I'm in the middle of, and it's just been nonstop work because I can't, because I was concerned about this case, wanted to see it go a certain direction, and still hopeful that at some level it does. I can tell you that media people that are there, like what your high school student said, the media people that are there thought almost guaranteed he would be acquitted of all the homicide charges.
yeah,
Now, that was before today, but I don't think they're going to process today necessarily. But that was their take. They in fact, and a lot of the protesters think Binger's secretly throwing the case. So
yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's been the funniest thing. The best evidence for the state has come from Kyle, and the best evidence for Kyle has come from the state. It's like a backwards law. Now, I want to ask you like one more question. A lot of people have been asking me, and I don't know how to answer this. Why not go with a bench trial with Judge Schrader?
Oh, prosecution never would have agreed to it. In Wisconsin, they have to agree.
Okay, so that makes sense. I wasn't aware of that. So in Wisconsin, the prosecution has to agree. If you're going to go bench trial, they can demand the jury trial as well. That makes a ton of sense.
Yep.
Because normally I would say, well, you go for the jury because you really comes down to 1 in 12 or better odds than 1 in 1. So I'll take 1 out of 12 jurors on the idea that I can convince them, because you get a judge, and sometimes your legal case, even if it seems strong, is not 100% sound, or you get a judge who's just wrong in the law. As you probably know, some judges just don't know the law. And Schrader seems to be pretty good on it, although not on the, I don't know if he's bad at some of the rules of admissibility of evidence, or if it's just how bad Richards did at objecting.
It's two things. One is Schrader's reputation is a let it all in guy.
Mm-hmm.
So let it all in for jury instructions, let it all in for evidence. So that's his natural instinct. However, he would have been much more aggressive if he would have understood the pretrial publicity prejudice. Because number one thing he wants Kenosha to prove to the world how good their community is. But he associates that, I believe, with acquitting Kyle. He does not associate that with them being someone to lynch an innocent kid because of this. So now he kind of assumes things about his community that are broader than you see that in him making the joke about the Long Beach ports, right? That's
right.
The world in which, or having his ringtone, proud to be an American, right? He comes from a very different generation.
Yeah.
And he acknowledges that, publicly. I always called him a Southern judge who happens to be in Wisconsin. Because if you understood, he's amazing how much he's like that. But if he would have known of the risk, he would have been less open than he was. And as you saw how many objections he sustained, he would have sustained any objections they raised. What it was is he basically gave them the power. You tell me what needs to come in and what doesn't. You tell me what the risk is. You tell me whether I can be a little bit more leeway to the prosecutor for the court of public opinion because the jury's already with you. He was giving that trust to Richards. And the problem is Richards has misread the community. He may end up fortunate in the jury matching the jury he thinks it is. But honestly, it'll be good fortune. It won't be good strategy.
Again, the idea that a detective, and I stopped, we were talking about this before, and we got off on another tangent, but a detective can testify not only to the authenticity of something that he downloaded, but then proceed to give eyewitness testimony about what he's seeing and characterize it in a particular way. And specifically to say, well, I saw him raise the gun when I pinched to zoom on my iPhone, something that can't be replicated or produced to the defense, and that they're not going to object to that as a matter of course and say, Your Honor, we don't know what he saw. He can't even reproduce the amount of zoom that he gave. We can't get this video into evidence. They haven't produced it. We haven't had our expert able to review it. The fact that they allowed him to say those words without objection is one of the, again, it's one of these areas where I always struggle to say malpractice because it could be a tactical decision. But to me, it's like, this looks like malpractice.
It was. I mean, what advantage do you have to have that evidence coming in? What advantage do you have to this blot evidence coming in just because you didn't understand the technology well enough to impeach it and didn't prep the judge enough to know how to keep it out?
Print
And
off the Wikipedia article and hand it to the judge. Judge, this guy, their expert, can't tell you with bicubic interpolation how this red and the blue thing is, what color that next dot is going to be. On Wikipedia, it tells you with this type of interpolation exactly what color it's going to be. It's going to be purple. Of course it's going to be purple. It's going to create a color that isn't there because that's how this works. It's not only available on Wikipedia, but this guy's an expert and he can't explain it. How stupid is this, Judge?
Plus, they should have had the video evidence to rebut it ready to go.
Yes.
And to be able to show them right there and say, this is clearly false. This is completely false. Though Binger opened the door when he was sitting there saying, oh, I don't know where Zeminski is. You can't really see much in this video. That's the point. And the point, like Corey made it decently, it could have been made a little better in the sense that the point to make to the judge is there evidence here that is sufficiently clear that a reasonable juror, beyond a reasonable doubt, could conclude provocation?
Right.
It's nowhere even close to that standard. It's attempting to misuse technology to lie to the jury, to inflame them in a particular manner that's legally irrelevant. And if the judge knew the background of a big problem with pretrial publicity, he'd excluded it in 5 seconds. He would have rejected the provocation instruction in 5 seconds. This was failing to understand the risk of pretrial publicity is the primary reason there's risk right now. The failing, like, think about all the other stuff. Of course, putting in your own exhibit that had this in it, just monumentally stupid. And that's clear legal malpractice in my view.
Yes.
And then letting in all the prejudicial super chats, and then all the prejudicial hearsay. There's hearsay and now people understand the significance of it, of that guy, of different people saying that, pointing out to Kyle, he pointed a gun at me earlier that night. And there's the one guy he said yes to sarcastically, but if you actually listen to the videos, that happens repeatedly. So none of that hearsay should have been let in. None of those super chats should have been let in. They associated Kyle with the militia. They associated Kyle with people saying, way to take out the leftist trash. They associated Kyle with saying, this is what democracy looks like, LOL. All those things. And I mean, like the TikTok, there was his photo could come in. There's no reason for his tagline or the title to come in. There's no reason for that. We know that it's what a teenage boy jokes about, but the jury could easily misconstrue that, easily misunderstand that. What was the relevance of that? How was that not more unfairly prejudicial than meaningfully probative?
Right.
Just mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake.
And the one thing I was like, I think how they would have won the provocation argument today was simple. And they spent way too much time on it. And all they had to do was say, Judge, at the beginning of this, they gave you a picture. And that picture, you said you can't see anything because it's a blob. You have seen a blown up picture. It's giant for you, Your Honor. And you've said it's a blob. It doesn't show anything. What the state is not telling you, because they've now said that that's their worst evidence, even though just a second ago it was their best evidence. Now they're saying the best evidence is the video. That picture, Your Honor, is from that video. You just said you cannot see what's in that picture, and it is the one frame that they picked, the best frame that they could possibly find to make their case. And now they're saying, oh, no, you have to see the video. But that is from the video, Your Honor. So that, by definition, has to be their best evidence. That's why they picked it. And if you can't see it there, there's no way you can see it on the video, and there's no reasonable jury who can see that. And that's all that, to me, that's all they needed to say. When they say, oh, well, you have to see our video, you just say, actually, Your Honor, that's from the video. We don't need to see the video. It's right there in front of you. You can't make it out here. You can't make it out there.
And if you can't make it out, that's not sufficient evidence for a reasonable juror to conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that that's what it is. because technically that beyond the reasonable doubt applies to everything. It's every single factual determination they're making is beyond a reasonable doubt. And so you conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that Kyle picked up and lifted the gun? Would a reasonable juror, beyond a reasonable doubt, not Binger, a reasonable juror, conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that that is Kyle pointing a gun when you, the judge, are saying you can't see what the heck it is, and frankly, nobody in the room can. And and as you mentioned earlier, you're not even allowed to let the jurors look at something over and over and over again, right? And we're sitting here looking at it over and over and over again, and we can't identify it. That ends the debate. Just like the law is void for vagueness, if you're confused about what it means, it's only an unreasonable juror could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that's Kyle Rittenhouse pointing a gun at somebody.
Strategically, the judge has ruled that the evidence or the instructions coming in, and then 5-10 minutes later, they're having the discussion that it's unduly prejudicial to give the jury unfettered access to the video. Do you say, Your Honor, I know we've gone over this, but I just want to draw attention to the fact that that's what the state had to do to get the provocation instruction. Do you risk saying that? Because it's a risky proposition to try and relitigate. But
if it's up to me, I mean, depending on the circumstances, how you read the jury. But my view is very tough to read the jury. And if you knew, though, about the pretrial publicity, you would be just seeking mistrials all the time throughout the trial. Make it be a perfect trial. Until then, mistrial, 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 mistrial. Unless you thought you would lose this judge, which I don't think there's any reason to believe. This judge will be there until he's no longer living. Retirement ain't in his DNA.
No, so he'd be long gone.
Exactly. And so and there'll be pressure on Binger not to bring a retrial, depending on how things flesh out. But this was supposed to be a shining moment. Instead, he got lectured by the court, and the left thinks he's secretly sabotaging the case. So his one audience is not his audience that he thought it would be, not his cheering audience. And so he may reconsider how eager he is. And Grosswitz is locked into what he said. He can't take that back. Key evidence you've already got locked in. My guess is second time around, those car source people probably just take the fifth and stay off the stand rather than be dumb enough to commit another round of perjury.
I can't believe they got up there in the first place if those are the answers they were going to give.
I would have subpoenaed their tax and financial records of them and their entire family. I would have put the sting on them quickly. And we did that in the Snipes case. I mean, we subpoenaed a lot of people, a lot of evidence, because a lot of people are going to get up there and tell fake stories. And then when they knew we were going certain places, they suddenly decided they didn't want to testify or didn't want to tell those fake stories. So there's ways in which you can do that. The other thing is
subpoena the insurance claim. You filed an insurance claim.
Absolutely. And in the insurance policies and all their internal communications about everything that happened, all their texts, all their emails, everything discussed related to that event. I guarantee you they said some dumb stuff. There would have been a lot of evidence, track records, digging. I mean, they clearly had tax fraud problems. They had financial abuse issues. They had insurance fraud issues. They had to cover their rears beyond just the obvious of not wanting to accept responsibility for hiring Kyle. They wanted to. It was more than that. When you can't say what your job really is, and you're not sure which place you really work for, I know what that is. And usually those people suddenly decide, we'll just take the fifth rather than lie on the stand. And so there are ways to have handled that.
I can tell you the limits of their inventory policy on their insurance. It's $400,000. That's the limit. They testified directly. It was $400,000. The other day it was $2.5 million. And you're talking about losing 130 cars, plus a building, plus you've got ground damage. You're going to have to do some re-asphalting of a giant lot. Yeah, there's no way that's $400,000. And someone said that averages out to like $2,500 a car, and they tend to sell cars apparently around the $3,000 mark. So maybe that's plausible, but it's like, you've got a whole building there, and that's a $500,000 building. Easy. It's a big structure, and it's a commercial structure. They cost a lot because it's a business, and it's like, and they've got equipment in there. They've got this is a used car dealership. They've got computers. They may have some sort of service and maintenance shop there. Who knows? But $400,000 what they testified to under oath the second go at it, that's their policy limit, is my guess. But
and almost every insurance policy excludes civil unrest, arson, things of that nature. Now, they probably didn't necessarily fully know that the first night, but I bet they found out by the time they wanted to hire people. The problem was they were so cheap, they didn't want to hire professionals because, I mean, these are people that operate on thin margins. So it's saving a little bit here and not paying some tax over there that gets them to their profit. And it's interesting that the dad runs everything, but he doesn't speak English.
And the inventory manager doesn't manage the inventory because the dad does. The other guy,
mom owns some businesses. Is mom claiming to be the owner for the purpose of getting certain federal loan policies? Maybe certain small business investment, certain other banks. So my guess is with this kind of family you dig, you're going to find fraud. And you could have made sure they never got up and told that fake story. Now, I don't think it sold with anybody but the most hardcore Kyle hater on the jury, because it didn't take a lot to figure out, man, these are people that are shifty as the stereotype suggested, in that community. So, but this was a case that set up for a dream team defense because of how compelling the client was, the facts were, and the law was. And they've unnecessarily jeopardized it, hopefully for all of us that care about self-defense or care about the kid. That doesn't matter. And, like I said, a little fairy dust on that wheel for jury selection, a little bit of God's blessing, and the verdict is the right verdict, regardless of Forrest Gump defending it.
Well, Robert, it's always such a pleasure to have you on. I always welcome your wisdom and your insight. I'm going to go ahead and read through a bunch of chats, and I'll let you peace out. I'll definitely have a link for you on Monday if you want to pop in. And I think Monday is going to be an explosive day, and I think we're going to have a whole lot of people watching. So.
Yep, and I just hope Richards does the best presentation ever, and I hope Binger is exposed as the swarmy, sleazy scuzzbag that he is.
Absolutely.
And then after that, we can get back to the most important thing, disbarring Binger.
Disbar Binger. All right. Thanks, man. See you soon. Oh, that was great. Love having Barnes on. Wealth of experience. Sharp guy, obviously. And not afraid to express his opinions, which is always refreshing to me. Speaking of which, I am going to read the super chats for today. Looks like, I think what I'm going to have to do for super chats in general, I think I'm going to have to just do a video that's not a live stream, because on the live stream, I'm getting way off on tangents. And I honestly hate to do that. I hate doing that, but I think I'm going to have to, because otherwise we get into stuff and things get interesting, guests pop in and stuff like that. So we've got to, I'm going to have to focus on those, and maybe that'll be a project over the weekend. So I will read all the super chats from tonight and get those. But one thing I want to ask, and I don't ask this often, I almost never do. I am trying on Monday. I want to get 100,000 live viewers for closing arguments. We want to make every mainstream media source look like a joke. I want people to know that there are 100,000 or more people. So if you guys know people who are watching, I'm going to make over the weekend, I'm going to make the link for the Monday live stream, share it out there on Monday when you're watching and we're all watching live. Let's get it shared. Let's get people in there to see these closing arguments. This is one of the most important criminal defense cases in history, in my opinion. This is the defining self-defense case. I haven't seen a self-defense case this good ever go into trial. I mean, I'm sure there's got to be one somewhere, but nothing with this profile, nothing with the interest that's already out there. We broke 75,000 people on Thursday for the testimony of Kyle Rittenhouse. I think we got up to close to 70,000 today. It might've been 65,000 today. 70 or no, it was 75,000. Thursday was not the testimony of Kyle. It was the next thing, but it doesn't matter. That was John Black's testimony. It doesn't matter. I think we can have 100,000 people on Monday. So I don't do the whole like, oh, please share the stream. Please share the stream. And I probably won't remember on Monday. So I'm asking people now, if you know people who are out there and you're thinking about it on Monday, sharing that stream is the way we organically get people in to watch this thing with competent commentary, as opposed to just PBS or, God forbid, CNN or NBC commentary, which makes you not only want to gouge your eyes out, but also claw your own throat apart. The mainstream media has been so dishonest about this case. And the only place I've seen where you can get not just coverage of the trial, because you can watch that on PBS, right? No commentary. You can watch it on Long Crime. You can watch it on Washington Post. But the trial itself, with commentary that is competent and educational and hopefully funny from time to time, it's only here. It's the only place that you can really get that. And I don't know where else you get 10 lawyers commenting on this stuff, but that's what we've had. And you guys have all made that possible. So thank you so much for that. And I'm going to ask it on Monday if I remember, and I probably will, because I would love to see if we get 100,000 people. It'll be the funniest thing in the world to have it happening here and nowhere else. But that's my thing. That's my thing. Okay. I'm going to start reading these chats. If you don't want to hang around for the chats, that's fully understandable. I thank you so much for showing up tonight. I did not expect to have 8,500 people in here tonight at all. I'm looking all scraggly. I've been tired all day. I'm like, oh, okay, well, we'll do a stream and get it started. 8,500 people is massive. Thank you so much. And once we get done, I'll see how long it takes to get through chats, and then I'll tell you if I'm going to do anything else. But probably going to go to bed. But I'll figure out the backlog of super chats. Maybe it'll just be a recorded video where I go through them and address things. That might be the best way to do it. So if you do leave now, peace out. Here we go. Let me readjust my monitor. Arno09 says, watching that video a second time made me realize I've never seen a defense team try so hard to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Bless you for suffering through this for us. It was frustrating. Justin White, thank you for the donation. Very much appreciated. I'm sorry if your comments don't come through with your super chats. I apologize. That's on YouTube. I have nothing censored. I don't have any way. Like, I don't censor anything from the chat. The only thing we say is please don't spam. If there's any censorship going on of the actual content of your message, that's on YouTube. Now, I don't ever know. If someone sends me a donation and there's nothing attached, it looks the same to me as if YouTube censors it. So thank you for the donation, Justin White. BN says, just Twitter DM'd you something really weird I noticed in the trial that nobody else has mentioned. May have legal implications, so I don't want to mention it publicly yet. Twitter name starts with an F. I can briefly take a look if I can find it quick. There's a lot of... Okay, this is interesting. All right, we'll do it this way. I'm not going to share the actual... Hold on. Let's see if I can see what you're talking or hear what you're talking about. Here we go. I had to find my window. Too many windows. So I'm going to share my beautiful background, which is a Microsoft default background. Whoops. But I'm going to share the audio from the system, and you guys can hear this audio. This is from the court, apparently. Let's see what it sounds like. Okay, so it starts about here. This is really, really quiet. You may not be able to hear it unless you have headphones on. But it sounds like the clerk is telling the judge, yeah, they can hear you in the library. Here we go. I don't know. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's really, really quiet. It's not muted. That's I don't know if that's what they said. So it was right. Apparently it was right after the judge was yelling at the prosecutor. The clerk was telling the judge they can hear you in the library. So I mean, maybe. Hard to say. Is it legally relevant? I don't know. The judge hearing the jury. Well, if he was yelling about the Fifth Amendment stuff, maybe. Yeah, you got my spirit box, EVP. Okay, yes. All right. I can hear you in the library. Very cool. Thank you for sending that, BN. Rhino says maybe the defense didn't want to call experts because they wanted to just pocket the money. The Photoshop expert who answered, I don't know, to every other question was probably the most clownish person in court. That was the state's expert. That's a forensic crime lab guy who puts that together. You know what the worst part? Okay. The scariest, broader implication of the guy who doesn't know anything about interpolation but is the state video expert, that guy's literal job is to do what he did. In every other courtroom, in every other case in the state of Wisconsin or in the county of Kenosha, probably in the state of Wisconsin, that guy will toddle in there and say, I zoomed it in, I blew it up, I used the industry standard, and that's fine. And the courts will accept it. And the defense counsel may accept it too. Like, this is not a limited issue to Kyle Rittenhouse's case. And that's why Binger's like, Your Honor, they're accredited. So of course it's fine. They're accredited. And he says, what does that mean to me? They're accredited. He's peer reviewed. Who cares? How does that tell me that this is real? And in most courts, that's all they have to say. The prosecutorial process in this country is broken, and it has been for a long time. Busted Knuckles says we should also remember that the judge said that he has cards under advisement. He is a smart man who believes in justice, but dealing with corrupt and politically driven prosecution, color the water effect is a possibility. Jordan C. says the judge is terrified of a bad public image. His passivity is a direct result of the public scale of the case. You can see him literally speculate beyond law to give the state an opportunity to hang this kid. Yes, and it's up to the defense to rein that in. They haven't. It's a Small Girl says your proposed closing argument moved me to tears. I can only hope his own defense does that well. Well, we'll see. Larry Fronek says, does the fact that the state failed to identify Jump Kick Man have any bearing on potential charges against Kyle with respect to the shots he fired while getting kicked in the face? I mean, you can certainly make the argument. I mean, the state really cared about this guy, but this guy didn't care about being fired at. He wasn't willing to come in. No one's been able to identify him. Can't find him. They mentioned that they could never identify Jump Kick Man, that they've tried. They've employed the resources of the state, and they haven't been able to find him. Stolen Screen Name says, if anybody can screw Kyle out of a win, it's Richards. But don't worry, Binger will come back in at the bottom of the ninth, and Kyle will get the win like we all knew he would all along. Rhonda Ernst says, Fifth Circuit upheld their stay on the mandate in a blistering opinion today. Thought some good news would help. That is good news. I have not had time to read anything. Everything I'm doing right now is Kyle Rittenhouse. Alec Lipscomb says, if they bring the case again, Kyle should hire Sheriff Easy as the lead lawyer. Him or someone else, I maybe. Stephen Frost says, do you think the media turning from Kyle's 100% guilty to Kyle might get off is a good sign? Yes. Yes, it's a good sign. It shows that even amongst a bunch of dishonest piles of garbage, some of them still have some grasp of common sense. Generalissimo says, scumbag Binger is not only attacking an innocent kid, he's burning everyone's Second Amendment rights to get his win. He doesn't believe in the Second Amendment. I guarantee you, Binger does not believe that you should have a right to a firearm. I 100% guarantee you that he does not personally believe it. Richards dumping Barnes was stupid. He needs to object. Quieter than Ron in a closet watching Tyrone. The denialist says, how likely is backdoor Binger to object during the defense's closing? 200% or 400%? 400%. He's definitely going to object because he knows it'll throw Binger off, or Richards. He knows it's going to throw Richards off. He's, of course, it threw him off during his opening. Yeah. Yeah, I would be shocked if he doesn't. Dave T. Gitt. Oh, excuse me. Says, is the defense team trying to screw the initial trial to get more sweet law billing? I don't think so. Lance Pierce says the minor in possession charge makes every trap club in the state illegal by the state's argument. Dean O says, ask this on Twitter. Wasn't sure if you saw. Was there a corrective instruction on the Fifth Amendment violation? And if not, doesn't that make harmless error really hard to argue on appeal? I don't know if there was a corrective instruction. There was something that he said to the jury. Whether or not it rises to the level of a corrective instruction, I don't know, because I don't remember what he said. Jason McConnell says, weird twist. Sawed-off shotguns are illegal in the U.S., but perfectly legal in Canada because bears. Very cool. D8V1D sent a super chat for $50, but it looks like the message was removed. And D8V1D, if you're still there, I saw you say a refund, please. I literally can't. I cannot. I don't have the ability. I don't have a tool. I don't have anything that can do a refund. You can request a chargeback to YouTube through your bank. They may do it. They may not. I don't know. I don't have a way to do a refund, but I did not censor your comment. If you had a comment on there, it's nothing I can actually do about that. So, sorry that the system failed you. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, is it safe to say the defense is at least bordering on being incompetent? Yes, it is safe to say. Scram Inc., thank you for the donation. Joe Blow says $10,000 for a video expert testimony is $10,000 they'll be taking out of their own pockets. They want a mistrial so they can double bill. They want all the money that has been donated. Maybe. I don't know about that. I'm not willing to jump out and say that. Random Blaze says, what do you and Barnes think about the prosecutor's office dropping an OWI and blood draw refusal charge against Gage on 10/28/2021, just before he testified in the trial? Smells fishy to me. That's because it is fishy. Of course it is. And the defense could have maybe raised it, except they didn't. They just stipulated to some ephemeral criminal activity. Damnation 3 says, hey, Rackets, could you see if Barnes would be considering taking up the case if the mistrial happens? Let's not go there yet. It's going to be up to Kyle. I mean, Kyle will decide who takes the case. Bob Piffle says, great job, guys. Just finished a second tasting of a Maker's Mark bottle, and I must have a sidebar. Stranded on a tropical island quiz. 3 essential items: favorite food, favorite beverage, favorite album. Go. Favorite food. I'm going with ramen. I love ramen. Really do. So give me ramen. Favorite beverage? I'm going to say sweet tea, sweet iced tea. Love that. And favorite album? This one is tough. So you're stuck on an island. You get one album forever. I go Stone Temple Pilots Purple. Stone Temple Pilots Purple is my album of choice forever. That's a tough choice, but that's where I go with it. Next. Mandy Karavickas. Mandy Karavickas says, need a good new court drama show on YouTube. If Nick and all the YouTube lawyers got together and wrote a script, I bet they can make one that's fun and informative, but I'll only watch if Ty Beard is judge and Drex is bailiff. Mandy, I go with Purple Not Core because, I look, I like all of their first 5 albums, right? I love all the way through Shangri-La-Di-Da for different reasons. But Purple's special to me. That's mine. That's mine. Next. Kyle Service says, thank you for the hard work. This case just proves how complacent rhinos have been. 3 years ago, this wouldn't stand. Pray this judge does the right thing, not allowing an unlawful conviction. The scariest thing is in 10 years, Binger will be in the judge's seat. He's gunning for something like it. Kyle Service says, take the weekend off, spend it with the family. Oh, the grift never ends. It does not end. YouTube is a black hole of griftery. You cannot let it go. Jay Griff says, I've red-pilled my normie conservative parents with your streams over the last few days. Keep it up, Rackets. Much love from Georgia. Hey, Jay Griff, thank you so much. And happy to be of service to you. Okay, now back to the... Are we serious? Thank you, YouTube, for that. I got to go back to this spot. Is this the... No. Okay. Sorry, YouTube does this thing where they reset stuff, and I got to find out exactly where I was. Oh my gosh. We're almost there. Oxygen Induced says, hey, buddy. Hey. Mario Carter 13 says, Judge, I'll be even-handed. Binger exists. Damn it. Pow. Pow says, didn't say anything. Thank you. PAU, Pow, from Australia. Eagle Paw Gaming says, 42 USC 5207 firearms policies. Why hasn't Kyle's defense used the U.S. code for their advantage state of emergency? Because it probably doesn't apply in Wisconsin. I don't know. I haven't read that statute, but it's a federal statute, and I don't know that that's going to apply under Wisconsin law for firearms. And they don't need it. The unlawful possession charge is just wrong anyway. Eli says, new viewer and sub, found you via Nerdrotic. Excellent streams on this trial and great commentary. You a comedian or a lawyer? Hopefully both, I guess. Chode motherfucker 69 says, Ridge Wallet, yum. Tara Rayner says, important questions from the awesomest Canadian. Not sure if this has been asked before, but he is being tried as an adult. So can he still be considered a minor in the same charging document? Yes. Yes. The crime was tried as an adult, tried as a minor, depends on when you're tried. Those protections for minors at trial stop when they stop being a minor. Now, I guess if there was some extenuating circumstance, like they held off charging for multiple years specifically to try him as an adult, and otherwise it wouldn't be proper. But in this case, it's proper to try Kyle as an adult. So yeah, he can still be charged with the minor in possession thing, but that's going away. So it's ultimately going to be moot. Vienna waits for you, says 1,000 likes. Nick, drink. I did. I drank plenty. Seth Covington says, y'all talk too much during the case. Lol, heart us. Well, agree to disagree. Handsome hentai protagonist says, congrats, Nick. Besides Flash 300K, you have the second most subs in the Flashcast crew now. Have you rubbed it in Anna's face yet? I will soon. Tara Rayner says, fat boy shall now be dubbed Sour Kraus. Vienna waits for you, says, just watched Bourbon with Barnes 2 hours ago. Very angry how Kyle has been used and abused by the prosecution and his defense team. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, best white pill I have is that prosecution came across like a condescending, insufferable POS. And throughout the trial, the prosecution's own witnesses blew up their smug faces. Yes, it's a good one. It's a good white pill to have. That is true. Nicholas Zernal says the defense would object if the prosecution did that. I don't remember what you said that to, but I'm not super convinced the defense would object to anything at this point. Nova Zero. Did I get past here? Here we go. Thank goodness. Nova Zero says, hey, Nick, hope you're well. Thanks for the live coverage. As you've committed to covering, I think many of us have committed to watching. Thanks. Tara Rayner says, can the Posobiec video be sent to the judge on the provocation instruction as he hasn't formally decided on the instructions yet? I don't think so. Like they could try and the prosecution would object and say this isn't in evidence. Goalie 171, thank you for the donation. No one important says, you mean you can't just introduce new evidence in the middle of a trial? Ace attorney lied to me. Maybe you can in Japan. You're not supposed to be able to in the States. Woods R. Lee says, motion for a second trial possible? Yes. The motion for a mistrial, although they're asking for dismissal with prejudice, that motion should be filed very soon. I thought they would have it filed today, but it doesn't seem to be. If they would draw it just off me. Uncle Bear says, so basically Kyle is screwed, black-pilled again? No, I don't think Kyle is screwed. All the black pills are dropping are specific elements, specific aspects that could lead to whatever. But I think Kyle walks. I think Kyle walks. And there are ways that they get to a conviction, but I don't think they actually do get to a conviction. Hoosier Hawk says, wouldn't you love to see Barnes versus Binger? Yes. Can you imagine? Yes. That would be hilarious. Yeah, that'd be great. Covain says, just wanted to say that your Jesse Ventura impression is underrated and underused. Glad to see your channel growth too. You deserve it. Thank you for that, Covain. Dark Soul X1129 says, make it look like they're trying hard, then give it to some BS at the end. That's what it is, trying to appease both sides by ending in conviction. HimFan8907 says, caught a ban on Twitter for asking someone saying it's not self-defense because he shouldn't have been there if Kyle should have just died. Appealed and won. Good. Bread to kill you all says, if it is evidence that surfaced and was unknown to both parties, it's admissible. I thought, no, that the parties' cases are technically closed. It's not the time to enter new evidence. However, there can be an exception, but this evidence is known. It's just a blown up video. So the judge says, well, why didn't you have an expert blow it up? They did. They brought in an expert and blew up the video. Why didn't you do that? That's the judge's question, and they lose on because it can't. Schmidt says, here's the moment that Kyle is near Zeminski on Telegram. Thank you. Vienna waits for you, says a poor family in Kenosha raises a great young American and gets burned by our corrupt media, political, and justice system. Tragic. Mary Rose Lally, welcome to paralegal status. Much appreciated. Hoosier Hawk, you too. Thank you for joining the channel. Frosty says, if there is a mistrial without prejudice, would the Gage testimony still be applicable in a new trial, or can he change his testimony without an admission? Nope. He's bound to those answers. If he comes in and changes those answers, he's lying under oath then, or he's lying under oath now. So no, he's the witnesses would largely be bound to their answers, and that includes Kyle, but he probably wouldn't testify again. Crackbot says, for those in law enforcement, remember, if Kyle is found guilty, then they will find justification to kill law enforcement because no longer do they think they have a fair trial. I'm an ex-Fed that will justify this. Sorry. Check C, JWICS. I don't know. I have no idea what that even means. Kurenai Ryuzin says, you were great on Glenn Beck yesterday. Hey, thank you. Glad my Blaze subscription finally giving me more than mornings with Crowder. Mary Rose Lally says, thanks for the great coverage. I've learned a lot this week and been introduced to many interesting legal types. Yeah, Paul Wireman says, I have posted the live in chat. Look. Fearless Soldier says, hey man, been loving the coverage. We've been having watch parties over at our official, unofficial Tim Pool Discord over at discord.gg/Tim Pool. If you have time sometime, I'd also love to have a Q&A. Reach out to me by email for a Q&A. Again, I'm not opposed. It's always scheduling. It's always if I have time. Birdbath Bash says, wasn't around when you probably answered earlier, but who do you want to portray you in the inevitable Netflix movie? Ethan Hawke, I think, has to. USS Liberty Incident says, you're my favorite VTuber. Oh, thank you. Tara Rayner says, seen some claiming Zelensky is an FBI CI. Could explain why they wouldn't subpoena him. Maybe. Sarah Boatwright says, does Posobiec's new stuff matter at all? In court, probably not. I mean, they'd be arguing an exception to get it in. Maybe they do. I'm pretty sure we've gotten the idea that Sheriff Easy at least saw Posobiec's it'd be left-handed thing, because he mentioned that he didn't cite Posobiec. Doesn't have to, but he mentioned it. So maybe they're seeing some of this stuff. Bleeds When Shot says, have you mayhaps heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? No, I have no idea. Anti-Commie says, Gooding from Kenosha, Wisconsin. You should DM at Stenkira. Have a chat with Don the Pleb. Jono B says, I find it strange that the U.S. media can comment so openly on an active case. What's the deal with Judas contempt laws? We have free speech and free press. I mean, that's what we have. The only time you can't comment on a case is if you are under the court's jurisdiction, specifically for that case, and they issue a gag order. And that gag order has to be narrowly tailored to pass strict scrutiny. So we just have free speech and free press, so we get to discuss everything. Jing Su Cho says, you think Kyle will still walk? The evidence is still in Kyle's favor, considering that there's more to suggest self-defense. I think Kyle will walk. Yes, that's where I come down today. And that's one of the main things I wanted to get out, is that I still think he walks. Adam Cram says, it was lost when Richard said, even if, essentially making it a question for the jury, should have stuck with there's nothing there. Correct on that one. Al Chang says, now there is a provocation instruction. Can prosecution argue simply being there with a rifle is considered provocation? They can't directly argue that. They directly argue that the defense can object and say, Your Honor, that's not actually real. But they won't argue it. They'll just raise the specter of it and let the jury conclude it themselves. Or any behavior at all, or pound that word constantly. Won't defense now have to use significant % of their time on that argument? Yes. Yes, they will. Curdy Tank says, I'm in Minneapolis and I don't plan on breaking the law, but what is your retainer? If I ever go down, I want you there mocking the state on my behalf. The retainer depends entirely on the case. Nate G says, I'm a dumbass wrench turner from the deep south, but I appreciate you and your colleagues' legal analysis. Though I barely understand it, I owe you a beer. Nate G, no wrench turner is a dumbass in my mind, because you try and get me to fix a car, and it's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. 99 days out of 100, I would much rather understand how to fix a car or an air conditioner than fucking argue law. Charles Fisher says, Fatlock has never snuck his way through anything. Fearless Soldier says, also, if you want to reach out about the Q&A, my Twitter is Fearless Soldier. Brian Denham says, I thought prosecutors were supposed to protect Patriot X is how much do you charge per hour? I actually don't charge per hour. I only take cases that I will represent pro bono right now. My YouTube actually pays for all of that. So I'm not going to generally not going to take a case where I have to charge someone. That's just, yeah, I'm not good at billing. I'm not good at it. Sorry. Again, a lot of what I do is small town criminal defense. And so small town criminal defense tends to involve people who have small town bank accounts. So it's tough. And if people need a different level of defense, a lot of times I'll refer them out. Brian Denham says, I thought prosecutors were supposed to protect and uphold the law, not slither and slime their way into forcing an innocent man into prison. They're supposed to seek justice, not convictions. Chris Mason says, hey, Nick, love your videos, man. Want to ask you about what your thoughts were on YouTube removing the dislike button. It's a joke. Removing the dislike button is pretty obvious, right? They're trying to protect the White House, they're trying to protect mainstream media, and they're trying to protect big businesses like video game studios, for example. They're the people who get crushed with dislikes. The overwhelming majority of small content creators are not having a legion of dislikes unless there's someone that does something particularly contemptible, and then it happens, but then it also wanes off because people get tired of it. Fadi El Didi says, when they do make a movie, Binger should play himself because he already makes the perfect trial movie villain anyway. Axel84 says, isn't this classic goalpost shifting? Prosecutor failed and they're now trying to secure a lesser conviction. Yes. Also trying to give politically engaged jurors an out because they didn't want to convict but fear repercussions from the mob. Possibly. Hey, what up, Mr. Krigler? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Greenleaf Jacob says, any thoughts on the Avery case? Hashtag fuck Wisconsin. Love your coverage. Thank you. Hashtag Bingard. I've still not watched Making a Murderer, so I don't have any thoughts on the Avery case. I don't know, but I'm typically just biased against prosecutors these days. Seth Covington, thank you for the donation. Doesn't mean all of them are bad. It really doesn't, but that's kind of my default position, which is also my job to have that default position when I'm doing defense. Doug Murray says, I think they're setting up Second Amendment supporters with this trial. Either way the verdict goes, riots will happen. If any Second Amendment supporters show up, they will be hammered, and I think Kyle will be convicted. RB says, if convicted, what comes next with the appeal? Well, if he's convicted, they would make a motion for what's JNOV. I mentioned earlier. It's a judgment notwithstanding a verdict. It's actually a Latin phrase. So it's like, I'm not even going to try, but the NO the NO is some Latin phrase. Ugh. And that's where you ask the judge to overturn the conviction first. And then you go to appeal. And then you appeal it to the Supreme Court. That's the next steps. Zach Faulkner says, do you think we are going to see the defense actually put forward any motions for mistrial with prejudice or directed verdict? Motion for mistrial, yes. Directed verdict, I don't think so. They blew it up today by having the provocation charge. It undoes their directed verdict. Goalie 171 says, what do you mean I'm half asleep and I don't know what's going on? I'm just looking at the other, maybe I should move my chat window over. Just looking at this other monitor. Elon Musk is selling Tesla stock. Why? Because he asked Twitter if he should, and they said yes. Goalie 171 says, in closing, would it be an effective strategy to show an example of an original and interpolated image that are totally different? They can't. Used against the prosecution to show the jury they're fabricating evidence. They can't do that. That would have had to be introduced as evidence by an expert. Jordan Jones says, been here for over a year. I remember it was a struggle to get 1K likes to get you drunk. Congratulations, and let's hope for an acquittal. ADC says, I don't think you've ever addressed what you think was the moment the defense lost the provocation argument. I did. It was when Mark Richards, and if you missed that, it's when Shirafisi makes an argument, and then Mark Richards says, Your Honor, is it even provocation? If he lists, assuming everything the prosecution says is true, and he points the gun at Zeminski, how is that provocation against Rosenbaum? That question lost it. Whatever. I think the judge was actually on their side up till that. I can't prove it. Just kind of has some indications. Whatever happened up to that question lost it. And Richards had no reason to ask it, because it's also obvious that it would. It's also obvious that would be provocative to point a rifle at someone. Because just think of it in a vacuum. Again, you're here, you're concealed carrying, right? You got a gun, you got big iron on the hip. Someone over there that you don't know is just walking around, and then someone else points a rifle at them. Can you draw and shoot? Yeah. Almost always you can draw and shoot in that situation. It'd be hard to fathom a situation where you can't draw and shoot. Someone's minding their own business. Someone points a rifle at them. You can shoot to protect other people's lives in almost every circumstance. So by Richards asking that, it's a dumb question. And then it puts in the mind of the judge, oh, okay, well, this is a jury question then. Seven Lundvall says the expert witness has already introduced that evidence. Interpolation means adding that which isn't there, not extrapolation. No, yeah, I meant the specific blown up image. If you want to introduce a blown up image that's not in evidence, then you can't at close. So if you're saying that there's a blown up image that they want to argue about at close, it's already in evidence. Yes, of course they can do that. Valorn says, how do you think the blurry image stacks up against all the witness testimony that defends Kyle? Can't tell. Just depends on what the jury believes. Winston Smith says, recent law grad, former law clerk, and I was screaming with you about all the defense's mistakes. Thank you. Congratulations on being a recent law grad, by the way. Joe B says, still confident Kyle will get acquitted. Just can't believe a reasonable jury would find him guilty. America's self-defense law is hanging the balance here. Schmidt says, I've been a juror on 5 trials in my life, and after seeing the evidence, I would have held out and fought for not guilty. You're a good person then. You got to stand by your convictions in a jury room, and that's how a lot of juries end up, is people aren't willing to stand by their convictions. I have never been called for jury duty. Never once. The Chaos 1X says, so wait, I didn't watch for a bit. Are we no longer sure that Kyle won't be acquitted. I have no idea what's going to happen to Kyle. I think the likely outcome is that he gets a mistrial from a hung jury. That's what I think is the most likely outcome. I think they opened the door for a conviction today. Oh, we're talking on a major charge. They opened the door for a conviction today, but I don't think they get there. But I think it became less possible or less likely that he gets a full acquittal. Drew D says conspiracy theory inbound. Richards pulled a Binger / lunchbox when he was ADA in Kenosha. They got dirt. That's why no objections. Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. Joe Blow says, is the defense going for a hung jury so they can double bill the family? I really don't think the defense is trying in any way to lose. It just looks like their strategy is not comporting with reality. Tara Rayner says they might take the case of provocation if he pointed it at Zeminski and then Zeminski was the one who chased him and was shot. Kyle never chased the pedo. He was running to put out an effing fire. Yeah, but again, you have the ability to defend someone else from imminent death or bodily harm as well. But yeah, if he pointed it at Zeminski and Zeminski chased him or even shot him, and the question is, why didn't Zeminski draw and shoot? Kyle points a gun at him. Why doesn't he draw? Ludicrous. Grunu says Rosenbaum does not give up the ability to be provoked because he said something an hour earlier. Sounds like rejecting consent a decade later. JD Free says, can defense ask judge to reconsider provocation? You could make a motion to reconsider. I don't think it'll be profitable. Vienna waits for you says Barnes described Richards as an old Chevrolet selling himself as a Mercedes. Jacob Richardson says, I'm a cop, and if these were the DAs in my area, I'd quit and throw every case. Whole case has been bad faith and constitutional violations. Bobby Chezik, thank you for the donation. Mike says, I've said this before, the prosecutor knows the judge and is set on this case going to jury. He is purposely breaking ethics codes based on that. Bishop Cruz says, Krause and Binger are evil, flat out. They sacrifice a kid for their own ambition. If a good judge will let this pass, what hope does anyone have? Not applicable says, this is just the prosecutors testifying now, by the way. Full Nelson says, does the provocation instruction mean the jury must consider Kyle the first bad actor? No. Or just an instruction for them to consider that evidence. The second one, the reason you don't want it is because it's a poison pill. First of all, it kills your directed verdict motion. You can't get a directed verdict if there's a jury question. Second of all, it's a poison pill. It puts the idea in the jury's mind that the provocation is there, where they otherwise might not have seen it. Jeff K says, not to spam, but legit, the judge's attitude to me changed dramatically after he made the Asian food joke and the press started posting articles about how he was problematic. Actually, I will mildly disagree. I think today he started out in favor of Kyle, and he even snapped at the prosecution a couple times, and then it changed about halfway through the hearing after he snapped. GS Nevermind says, new to law / cases, what evidence is there that the blob on screen is actually Kyle? I couldn't see that it was Kyle for sure. The blob is because some guy said it was. Literally, some guy who has no connection to the video said it was, which should not be the case. They should have objected to that. Mike says, you have to be a sociopath and special kind of evil to prosecute this case. Does anyone really believe Binger doesn't know Kyle's innocent? Malcolm Malice says, please check your Twitter DMs. I have concrete video evidence already admitted to the trial by the state showing this exact moment. Let's see what we've got. Here we go. Let's see. That a-hole. Okay, so this is the video. I'm not blatantly ignoring Exhibit 41. We're going to pull it up here. Wait, what do I want to do? This one, this one, this one. I'm not ignoring this evidence. If I'm not mistaken, this is the one with the annotations that you really, really would not want on here. But let's check it out. Here we go. Oh, okay. No. Gotcha. Yeah. First of all, the admission of this part of the video is malpractice. This is basically malpractice by Richards. Because of this frame, this video was brought up, by the way. This frame that the defense has submitted says could be Rittenhouse pointing gun probably at the Zeminskis. I mean, this should not be in this video. But here's what's next. So you can So we're supposed to be watching up here for it. And I mean, it's so close. We're going to get to the spot right at the beginning because that's where you need to have it. Here we go. We're about to be, you got to watch over in this area right here. But the other problem is they can't enhance this video at all. They can't enhance this video. You can pause it and show that Kyle's not currently pointing his gun at them. I agree. They can sit here and argue it, but this isn't up to me. This comes after the other video, which has the circle saying Kyle raised his gun at someone. So again, I agree with you. There's no video of Kyle raising the gun, right? Like, but it doesn't matter because they failed to refute it. And so having this video, first of all, the state is most likely going to use that video. The state is going to say, here you go. Here's this. They introduced this evidence. They're saying he pointed the gun. You can see right here. It says on their video, he pointed the gun. Now we're going to show you our video where he points the gun. And they won't be able to cherry pick that part because the state can go ahead and show. The state can use whatever part they want. I know that the barrel doesn't ever raise. You don't have to convince me. I'm not the issue here. I have never, ever suggested, even in the thing with the circle and the words, he's not pointing his barrel at them. He never raises the gun until he turns around and points at Rosenbaum, who's already chasing him. That's the first time that we have any evidence that Kyle actually raises his gun. So, yelling at me about it isn't going to help because I'm with you. I know they're lying. But the state's going to use that video and say, here you go. Here's a circle on their evidence. The state introduced this, or the defense introduced this. Fatty LDD says, even if it became proven that Kyle did point the gun at Zeminski as argued in that video, doesn't the fact that Kyle began running and clearly attempting to disengage make it legally self-defense if the jury agrees that he sufficiently retreated? That's the next problem. The jury may think he sufficiently retreated, but they have to think that he adequately retreated, but they have to determine as a matter of fact that his retreat was adequate. If they don't determine his retreat was adequate, then he loses. It's a legal standard, but the question is being asked to non-legal minds. So I can tell you with confidence that Kyle adequately retreated until he could get no further. He had no other option, and that's where he went. He testified to it. Richie McGinnis testified to it. Kyle didn't even have to. He had nowhere to go. His back was to a wall. There you go. That's sufficient. Is the jury going to think that? There's some people out there who think that even if you're on the wall, you should never pull a gun and shoot. Malcolm L. Malice read that one. Ken says, it shocks me that when Gage said he pointed a gun at Kyle and only then that was when Kyle retaliated that the specific charge was not dropped or thrown out. Should have been a directed verdict. But now with provocation, it's no longer a directed verdict. That provocation instruction should have never been included. Rune Wolf says, I really hope they emphasize Kyle's support hand as a stationary car mirror visible before Kyle walks up, or that a base juror who isn't following the rules sees it online. They could try. Jillian Seed says, Nick, how much $W gold have you gotten this week over the Rittenhouse stuff? The nose. Congrats on all the growth, though, but missed the old graphics. Oh, you mean like the overlay? I'm actually having one worked on. I think someone's working on one right now. That I can maybe use on here or something. How much have I gotten? Well, the week's not fully processed by YouTube, so I don't actually know. But it's quite a bit of money. And you can go to Playboard. If you go to playboard.co, I think it is, you can actually you can look at how much everybody gets from Super Chats, but you got to take at least 30% off for the YouTube cut and estimate some extra off for the Apple cut. But you can check it out there. But YouTube hasn't processed it all yet. He's this Donic Dom says, Richards, quit shaking your bald head and object. Pretend you are a lawyer. General Mills says this innocent kid is going to get effed. Sad, really. V's Flat Desk Pepsi says, can we get Nick on Tucker Carlson? I'd love to. I like Tucker. Although I'd be intimidated by his incredulous face. This one. It's how he listens to everybody. That face is worth like $1 million. It's beautiful. He's got a wonderful face, a beautiful face. Nobody's got a face like Tucker. Nobody's got a face like him. I played poker with Tucker Carlson once, cleaned me out. Had to give him a whole golf club. Astro Zombie says, can't self-defense still hold if after a provocation, if the person flees and exhausted? Yes. Again, but the jury has to determine that happened. That you don't want the jury to determine this stuff at all. Nicholas Bigsby says, I think I see it. Wait, it was a hair on my screen. Let's see. Patrick Radcliffe says, why can't the judge see he is being bullshitted by Biscuit Boy and Little Binger about the video? No, he does. That's the thing. He does see it. He tells the defense he sees it, and the defense refuses to press. Pisses me off. Paul Weirman says it's live. Wireman says it's live. I believe you. Bobby Chezik says Kyle Rittenhouse's defense team is like the Detroit Lions. They win games they aren't supposed to and lose ones they should be an easy win, though the Lions suck this year. America shirtsareFirst.com says, come check us out. Use St. Kyle for 15% off any shirt. Grab the new St. Kyle t-shirt to show everyone who Kyle really is, a saint. Cookie Enquist. Oh, cookies. Thank you for the donation. Bams John says the one comment from Richards lost the case. John Edmiston says, if they are behind the poll, how did they show up in the enhanced picture? Jeff K says, so this is a downer palate cleanser. We watched Goonies, lol. Major Pain was fun. Justin, I don't know if we're going to get to Twitch tonight. It's going to be late. Justin, thanks for the donation. IBL33WJ3TLI says, Even if Kyle does point his gun at them when the prosecutors are saying Kyle disengages, Kyle gave the gave the pedo 2 chances. I agree, but again, it's up to the jury, and they shouldn't be making these. They should not be making these decisions. Jabberwolf says interpolate equals inter between, polate, polish or make clear. Enhance uses algorithm to enhance patterns. Both add and remove data. Saying anything else is a lie. Elmiond says they've upscaled 800p to 4K. At least 7 to 8 pixels on that TV are from interpolation or extrapolation. AI likely trained on action movies. Correct. I brought that up live today. If you're putting it on a 4K TV, an 844p image uploaded to or upscaled to 4K is going to have significant interpolation. And Richards made an offhanded comment about it. He did. Not good enough. Smooth Bandit says, Your Honor, I have a JPEG from 1975 that's been recompressed 20 times. It clearly shows guilt. James Miller says, Nick, the defense is failing today just hurts. How do you as an attorney deal with being emotionally vested in the outcome of a trial, or don't you allow that to happen? It's impossible not to be. You get to know your clients. Even if they've done all sorts of bad stuff, you get to know them not committing crimes, but you get to know them as a private defense attorney. I'm not speaking public defenders, they churn through a lot more cases. But as a private defense attorney, you get to know your client. It doesn't matter if it's a drug charge, all the way up, and you get to see who they are when they're, even if they commit the crime, you get to see them when they're not committing crime. And you want to get the win or the right outcome for them, whatever that may be. Some people want to seek punishment for their crimes, right? They want to make amends. They decided that they did the wrong thing. But yeah, it's how do you deal with being emotionally vested? Oh, I don't know. But there are ways. Full Nelson says, from that Prosobiec video, you see Kyle shift his body towards Zeminski as if being alerted to a threat, and that must be the moment they claim he's provoking by pointing the gun. Christian Nomad says, this trial gives me new respect for Judge Lance Ito. Funky Cole Molina says, if the jury convicts, can the judge remand Kyle to house arrest until an appeal is heard? I don't know. I don't think so. But maybe, I don't know. What can't a judge order? Joe Blow says, could the defense use a Fresnel lens to look at the video through? It's technically zooming without introducing new evidence. Prosecution's probably going to object to that, in all honesty. Lash 090909 says, shout out ourdrama.net. What the hell's ourdrama.net? I don't even know. Just Jules Lozano 0809 says, hey Nick, what do you think that Kyle was just allowed to hang out with the judge alone with the bailiff nowhere on site? Seems everyone in courtroom sees no threat from Kyle. Yeah, well, I mean, people are different in court. They're not likely to murder everybody, but yeah, it's kind of a powerful image, right? This super murderer is there, not seemingly concerning anybody else. Michael Rogers says, hey buddy, thank you for all the excellent trial coverage. You're welcome. Really happy to learn as much as I have. Also, I'm getting married today. You're here. I know how it is, man. Actually, you can't sleep, right? Please keep me in your prayers. Happy to finally have someone I can simp for. Your wife that you're getting married to, I hope, is what you're talking about. Brother, congratulations, Michael Rogers. Go get married. Have fun. And let me give you, look, from me to you, the one thing I will say, there's a lot of negative talk about marriage these days, but the one thing I will say is this. Every day you wake up, every single day you wake up, you make the choice to honor your vows because you are a man And your vows mean something because your word means something because you are a man. There are going to be days where that's really tough to do. A lot of them happen in the first year. And then as time goes on, it'll roll through cycles. You'll go through and forget who each other are or become new people. And then you'll relearn that, and all of that happens. But every day you wake up, you choose to honor the vows that you made because you're a man. That's it. Do that. Do that, and I see a good future for you. Baby Cakes 420 says, do we know who is closing? Barnes says it's Richards. I hope not Richards. How can it be Provocation if he's running away? Correct. Solid Broly has message retracted. Jeff says they gotta hope there's you gotta hope there's some jury members that are willing to try to argue on his behalf of Kyle against personal bias. I've dealt with this as a juror. Could be. Angry Baneling, what do you mean it didn't make sense? What kind of weirdo are you? Al Chang says, does your panel consider how Binger is deliberately aware, effective generating quotes and memes to jury of public opinion headlines clearly affects boxing of judge/ADA affects jurors, defense acting only what's in the courtroom is important. No, you're Al Chang. I think you're right. I was exploring this. I was talking to my dad about the case today. I was talking to my dad and I said in a little bit different context, but it was basically Krause and Binger are making the judge mad on purpose at this point. They want him to get mad, and the panel has mentioned this too. They want him to get mad because after he gets mad, he tends to rule their way later. It happened today. It happened yesterday. And I think they've figured that out. Angry Bailey says, you said we forget who we are. What is it? No, you forget who each other are. You're a different person than when you get married to someone, which is an often cited reason for divorce. People say, that's not the person I married. Well, of course not. You're not the person they married either. That's why I say every day you wake up and you choose it, because that person's going to change. They're going to change a lot the longer you're married. I've been married 17 years. My wife and I are way different than we were in college when we got married. Way, way different people. But you got to wake up and realize that and know that, of course. And you make the choices because you made a promise. What does your word mean to you? Personally, my word means a lot to me. Not to everybody. That's not a big priority for some people anymore. I'm just telling you my philosophy. Stellar J. Atkins says, if Kyle goes to prison on any charge, America's dead to me. I'll never call myself an American again. I gave 8 years of my life to the Army. Does it matter? Says, if I'm defense counsel, I'm totally dropping pedo. When I do this, what are the consequences if I do this on closing argument? Actually, probably just getting yelled at. Probably just getting yelled at. JD Free says, hope defense has the sense to let Sheriff EC close. I don't think it's going to happen. Silent Glove says, regarding the graining gun raised drone video, is it possible for the judge to let it in to illustrate the absurdity of the state's case? I mean, I guess, but that's not what you want to happen. It shouldn't be in there. And they did not properly object to it. They did not properly object to it. Miss Squishy says, maybe they're not vaxxed. Mr. Schwagen says, a lot more orgies these days, huh, Ricada, especially with that hot tub. Dude, I have a heat allergy. When I sit in the hot tub, I sit there and my allergy will eventually react. If I tried to have sex in a hot tub these days, it would be horrifying. No, thank you. No, thank you. Those days are long, long gone. They're relegated to my youth. Also, sex in hot tubs is awful. Movies lie about that. Nick Spence says they could also be trying to avoid getting doxxed. Greg UW says 5 of 18 jury members are certified DSM-5 re-Google censored targeted. Matthew W says, if there's a retrial, is it a clean slate? Does the evidence carry over? People are bound by their previous statements because it would be perjury. It would be perjury. Mado Caster says, may not mean anything. Maybe they want to be anonymous. It may not mean anything. The masks that we're talking about, the masks. Let's see. Kuranai Ryuzan says 7,500 viewers. Smash that like. Chris Mann says, I let their political beliefs do my decision making. I know right wingers who are health paranoid. Yeah. And again, I wasn't saying that because they're wearing masks, they're going to vote against Kyle, but that's a judgment a lot of people will jump to. And the jury is making those same snap judgments. Drew Thompson says, what if the jurors are wearing masks for anonymity? The I see no evil. Says, Nick, if a mistrial happens, would you or your other attorney friends volunteer to help to be part of Kyle's new defense counsel? Sure, but they didn't accept the volunteering before. I'm also not licensed in Wisconsin, so I would have to be waived in pro hoc vice if I was going to. I don't think, and again, I'm not looking to be on Kyle's defense team. If they wanted my input, I would happily provide it. But I'm not trying to muscle my way into shit. Drew says, only reason he testified was the arrogance of his legal team. Correct. Joe Blow says the defense gets a mistrial. They get to go through this again and tap into more of those hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's such a risky gambit, especially the way they're doing it. Plus, if anything ever came out that they worked their way into a mistrial, they'd lose their licenses. Ken of the North says, I think the prosecutors knew if they just hammered their point, no matter how nonsensical the judge would yield and let the jury decide. Maybe. I think Richard's lost it. Bams John says, feelings don't care about facts. Student of history says, jury could decide that he rode his AR like a pogo stick across the main drag. Odds are he's still doing good. Just a little more opportunity for the state. Correct. Mojo Each says, is there a ground level video of Mr. Chad putting out the fire in question already admitted into evidence? Not really. Medic Pack says, I got to admit, even if Kyle walks away unscathed, my faith in the legal system is shaken. If he loses, I don't even want to think about that. Port Film Co-op says, watch documentary Europa, The Last Battle BitChute. I've heard about that, but I have not seen it. Paul Maloney says, thank you for doing the so-called media's job. Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. Andrew War Snowbird says, Kyle's an excellent example that jiu-jitsu doesn't work in the streets. Hashtag Second Amendment. Hutch High Perf says, the state wants to use this event to deter future acts. The same state that refused to act to stop it themselves. Correct. We'll decide when and where to protect you and your property, not you. Exactly. That's what Pinger wants. Well, why didn't you call the police? Wouldn't you normally call the police? I think normally we would call the police. That's what you should have done, isn't it? Goose says, single point slings like Kyle's make swapping what side you have the weapon on very easy. Half second easy? I don't know about that. Not applicable says, can you impeach the judge and admissibility and close? No. I mean, you can. It's a bad way to spend your time because it's in there and the judge could shit all over you. Craig 3 says, do you think the judge has much of an influence? The judge has had a lot of influence because he's the one who decides the jury instructions. Wit 17 says, worst prosecution ever, even worse defense. If Kyle goes free, it wasn't because of the defense. I actually agree with that. Katie says, good morning from Denmark. I'm heartbroken over this. If the jury have to go through a horde of protesters, it will affect them, and so it's wrong. The one thing I will say is so far, there has not actually been, I don't think, any protesters at the court. I don't think there are any protesters outside the court. Chauvin trial, way different. People outside every day, a big kumbaya of drum circle weirdos sitting out there at the Chauvin trial. I have heard that the Rittenhouse trial is devoid of protests. So, that's actually promising that there's not very many, if any. Corpse a lot says, in the case of a retrial, are any of the previous testimony allowed to be referenced? They're bound to those statements. If they contradict them, it's perjury. Drunk Shovel says, if Kyle gets a new trial, is his legal team allowed to watch this coverage of the previous? Yes. Given it's so big, they can find it, should they? I think if he gets a new trial, they should. Sure. Here's a bunch of lawyers with commentary. Do they listen to all of it? Do they accept it? I mean, maybe not. That's up to them. But I mean, if you've got a new trial, you take the information that you're given. Sure. Yes, they could. I have a feeling they're aware of it already. I don't know that they're actually listening. By the way, Richard Shirafisi, if you are, Godspeed. Take all of my calling you guys dumb Shirafisi, I have not actually criticized all that hard. Richards, if I call you dumb, it's because I think you're acting dumb. I'm just being honest. Rune Wolf says, most people know about Rosenbaum now. Won't bode well if they try to charge again. Squirrel says, I'd like to believe that Twitter isn't real life and the jury will reflect that. One can only hope so. We can always only hope. Luke Blanche says, what about the DA dropping 2 federal charges against Lefty a week before his testimony? Charges laid a year apart, October 2020 and September 2021. OWI charge. Operating while intoxicated. Yeah. I haven't actually seen that until someone brought it up in the chat today. The defense didn't go into it. I think the defense stipulated with the prosecutor on the prior act. She said, you can just say that there is a criminal conviction there and we'll move on from that. That's what it seemed like. That's a fucking tragedy to me. Katie says, I see a lot of people on Twitter saying, imagine if he was black. Doesn't this contradict their whole movement of bias against race in court? Yeah, here, I'll tell you what would happen if Kyle Rittenhouse was black. I don't think he would have been charged at all. I really don't. Batgoat, I was going to trim my mustache, but now I'm not going to. I might shave everything else and leave the mustache. So, since you said it, now it's done. Comrade Roof Korean the base says, if possession charge is gone, Dominic Black cleared? Not actually necessarily. Not actually necessarily. Craig 3 says, I know this seems irrelevant, but what's up with YouTube taking away dislikes around this particular time? White House, man, and mainstream media. They're getting killed. They're getting absolutely crushed. NB Watke, message retracted. Probably by YouTube, sorry. Caveman Chronicles says the gun was purchased as a long gun, which means it has to meet the 16-inch barrel requirements. Otherwise, the other kid wouldn't have been able to purchase it until he was 21. There you go. Correct. I Need Truth 1 says, well, having 2 charges dismissed throughout the trial potentially bias the jury against the prosecution. Yes, and they should focus on it. They should focus on it. All of this stuff about being out past curfew and illegally carrying a gun. Not true. The state has tried to tell you, the state has tried to impress upon you that Kyle was somehow did not have the right to be there, that he did not have the right to carry a gun. But we know standing here today, we have found out that Kyle Rittenhouse was not in violation of curfew. And we know he wasn't because the charge was dropped. We know today, standing here today, sitting where you are right now, we know that Kyle Rittenhouse could not have been illegally carrying his gun because the state tried to bring those charges and they were dismissed as well. So he had the right to be there and he had the same right that you or I have to have a gun and to open carry it in this state. They've tried to convince you that the exercise of your rights and your civic responsibilities is a crime that justifies you dying in the streets. They've asked witnesses, What right did they have to put out a fire in their own communities? They've asked witnesses. What right did they have to protect property from wanton destruction? They've tried to paint this young man as someone who is evil for not allowing a mob to run through our community, a mob of people from other places to run through, destroying our town on their way to their next political agenda. They've tried to tell us that the legal ownership of a firearm, the legal right to be in your own community, is a crime. That's what the state wants to tell you today. So yeah, just throw that in there. Throw it in there. You want to bias the jury against the prosecution. Extreme WX Chaser says the cops thanked him for being there too. Correct. Yeah, that's another one. The police of this town had every opportunity. Notice the police had more wisdom than the state attorneys on this. They saw Kyle. They saw him out there. They saw him with a gun. And you know what they said? We appreciate you guys. We have testimony to that. We have video of that. We appreciate you guys. They're giving them water. These guys are out there protecting their community. The state is trying to criminalize the preservation of peaceful order in the community. Space Dude says, good thing the U.S. military maintains I'm on duty 24/7. Guess I can own an SBR in Wisconsin. I'm not giving you that legal advice. I'm not doing it. Jonathan Duger says, I looked at the election map for 2020. Kenosha County went to Trump. My guess is most people in that town are pissed about the rioting. Hashtag activist says, why did the court/prosecutor remove optics from the rifle while in evidence? They said to fit it in the box. Get a bigger box. Love what you've been doing during this trial. Not applicable says motion for mistrial has to go through 100%. Let's go. Mario Carter 13 says died as he lived trying to touch an unwilling minor. Scorpion P2C says ScrewTube just pulled down Friday Night Tights after calling you out, pointing out how they lost all their subs to your channel. Wait, what do you mean they pulled it down? What the hell is that? Did Friday Night Tights get a strike or something? Benji, my interview with Glenn Beck was in the first hour of his show on Thursday, right? Was it Thursday? Was it Friday? Oh, Disney copyright claim. There you go. Gotcha. Yeah. Friday Night Tights is blocked, trimming in progress. Back up in a few hours. I heard though, yeah, the like the entire cast of Friday Night Tights got unsubscribed from the channel. Thank you. Thank you, YouTube. Every time I mention that, by the way, to my to YouTube, they say, we don't do that. We don't do that. Bruh, you've been doing it to my channel for 18 months. You've been doing it. Leo says, as someone who has several class 3 NFA items, including SBRs, Kyle 100% did not have an SBR. Also, wait periods for NFA approval being 8+ months is BS. Yes, it is. Leo, I've written a couple gun trusts and yeah, getting those through is insane. And it got intentionally slowed down. It got intentionally slowed down in, was it 2018? Something like that. They slowed them down even more. Sean Doyle says, wasn't the evidence with annotations entered as evidence 43? The defense didn't start entering evidence till like 80, if I remember correct. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's possible that they didn't introduce it, I suppose, but it was shown in their opening statement. Hudson, but I believe they said that the defense introduced it. Hudson Beard says, how is it not malpractice to not have a firearm expert for a murder trial involving firearms? Don't know. You notice what the state did. The state snuck in some experts, right? The forensic analyst, the DNA analyst, the video guy. They kind of snuck those in. They didn't have Dober hearings on those guys. I was shocked, beyond shocked at some of the ridiculous testimony. Yep. And the testimony came from the state attorney, which is improper. Colton Autry says, if a member of the Lollipop Guild chased me, I would defend myself too. Poke and Chill says, will you be covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trial? I loved your coverage of Kyle Rittenhouse. Keep up the great work. We'll see. To be honest, this 2 weeks has been really tough family-wise because my wife's had to pick up all of the slack that I would normally help with. And so I might need a little buffer time. It depends on how long everything is. Miles Teg says, I'm having a Placencia 146 tonight. What is Barnes puffing on? I don't know that he had his cigar lit or not. I have no idea. Ben George says the issue is the judge and counsel are deciding the jury will look at the evidence. Unfortunately, times have changed. Binger knows that. Excuse me. Sad but true. Matthew Maddox says if Binger could lose to Richards and only Richards could lose to Binger, two opponents equally doomed. There you go. Chris Topher says, I always thought Nick was black. Hashtag sad Optimus Prime. Batgoat says, buy yourselves a Barnes cigar and hit the hot tub. I really do want to get in the hot tub tonight. We'll see. Kimberly Campbell says, I don't think that BLM/Antifa had permits to burn down the city. So weren't they committing crimes? Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Keith Goody, 50 cal Magnum Smith & Wesson. I mean, you can use a pistol that can penetrate an armored truck for self-defense. The issue being, do you know the capabilities of it? And then do you have to consider what's behind your target? Oh, excuse me. Chris Mann says, could the bar intervene? They typically have to be alerted. Either the judge has to make a recommendation or someone has to file a complaint. If Kyle wins, especially, he should file a complaint against Binger, in my opinion. Joshua Frost says, resistance. Have you seen the images that have come out on Twitter of the provocation moment in question? Kyle clearly doesn't have his rifle raised. Yeah, I agree. I know he doesn't, but unfortunately, they don't get to argue on what's on Twitter. They have to argue on what's in the evidence in the state that it's in the evidence. Evan Curran says, are Rittenhouse's attorneys public defenders? No. Local attorneys? Yes. Wolfie says, the worst part about watching this trial is the blatant lies the prosecutors told, how they tried to twist people's testimony to fit their views. Tara Rayner says, what about the admission by Binger that this has been a political trial? Mass email campaign to defense to make them fight for this kid. Grr. Mr. Schwagen says, what do you think of Gage being witness tampered since he was a felon with a gun, but the charges dropped 3 days before? The defense had the opportunity to ask him about it on cross, and guess what they didn't do? Guess what they didn't do? Tommy Boy says the defense attorney did more damage to Gage Grosskreuz's reputation than Rittenhouse did to his arm. Mario Carter 13 says, final verdict on Binger, delusional ideologue. Bad Dragonite says, to be fair, I've met a bunch of very, very conservative boomers who wear masks all the time. Yeah, if you're 70, lots of older people are going to wear masks. Ben George says, if hypocritical arguments by the prosecution related to behavior by the defendant were objectionable, all objections by counsel would be sustained. No one important says, I'm trying to take your advice, Nick, and just let my old man say things about this case, despite it being exactly what the far left is saying. Again, I'm not a guy who argues with family. I just think And I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying I've spent my life arguing with people, and I am no longer at the point where I want to argue with people that I, personally know and like. It makes everything a pain. So I just ignore it. Eugene Hong says, is there any way for the public to be heard regarding the outrageous, corrupt behavior of Binger? Yes, you guys. You guys. Well, not just you guys. The public. The public has to make it heard. Kevin Johnson says, knees weak, right arm not as heavy. He's got blood on his sweater already. Bicep spaghetti. Shane G says, in America, you're supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, that's gone, by the way. If that's the case, then why does the prosecutor get the last word in closing? Good question, right? Why do you have to be held in jail waiting for your trial without any evidence that you might run, right? Like if there's no evidence you're going to run away, why do you have to go to jail and stay there? Why do you have to pay thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to get out? Chuck Ross says Binger bats both ways is the least surprising thing I've heard all week. I'm just going to say, I don't think his anus is using the resistance pin from Star Wars. That's just what I'm going to say. I didn't see. Never mind. DR says, if hung, judge chose not to have retried. Any reason for Binger to be disbarred? Yes. Who would decide that? The lawyer's professional responsibility office. What happened to Barnes on the case? It sounds like he and Richards had some disagreements and Barnes was not allowed to advise on the case. MH, yes, I'm streaming at 3 a.m. I stream late. Normally I'm streaming between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. I mean, it's a little later today because we had Barnes on, which was great. A nice interlude of Robert Barnes. And so with that, we need to now I'm reading Superchats and then we're going to wrap up. But Jake or not 23 says Wisconsin governor authorized 500 Army National Guard to go to Kenosha due to the Rittenhouse trial. There you go. I guess they're expecting something. Master Blaster says, I'm not trying to be blackpilled, but I can't help but worry. Of course you should worry because this kid's life hangs in the balance and our rights. I just don't want to see Kyle destroyed. And to be clear, if Kyle loses his case, your Second Amendment doesn't change legally, but does it change conceptually? Right? If Kyle Rittenhouse can be convicted of homicide for what happened in Kenosha, who can defend themselves? Who can honestly say, I can defend myself if Kyle couldn't? There's no legally binding precedent in this case. That's what I'm saying. But conceptually. Not applicable says, why does he waffle and give prosecution everything then? Who, the judge? The judge did not give the prosecution everything. Binger did. Or not Binger, Richards did. When they actually stood by their objections, a lot of times they won. They won more often than they lost on objections by a lot. By a lot. D8V1D sent me a pair sticker that says, hey, you. Hey, you. Jeff Gay says, wait. Again, you keep saying this is not a technical jury and we're in Wisconsin. Maybe it doesn't matter in the end. We won't know. We won't know. Suburban Ute says the justice system is no longer just. The Derek Chauvin trial showed us that. Tara Rayner says Richards could have got his expert in real time, enhanced the drone footage for the judge and jury with receipts for all the metadata. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Caroline Ann says, making a late point, but I wonder what the likelihood is that some of the 5 jurors wearing masks are doing so to help shield their identity. Possible. Darian Murphy says, when you slow down footage, software has to create a completely new frame between 2 original frames. I think their enlargement is from the slow-mo. Probably. JM says, nice late night stream and recap. I'm from Wisconsin and the jury is my people. Also, Barnes, when are you sparking up that stogie? Pat Royson says, SEC rant represent, roll tide. Ryan Hurd says, so if Kyle's found guilty, do the righties get to riot now then? Yes. I'm joking. They don't, of course. Suburban Ute says, Barnes, you overestimate the competence of the average American. Z. Michael Gelke says, the difference is lefties don't ask to riot. They just do. No justice, no peace. Pat Royson says, Nick, I have a shit ton of use or lose leave. I've taken off Monday for the Rittenhouse trial. I will be watching. Awesome. Jeff K says, do I get a money cut? Lol, I've paid you enough. You just paid me more. No, of course you don't get money. What kind of grift would this be if I gave out money to people? Jacob says, share the streaming link early and often. It'll be up at latest on Sunday. At latest on Sunday. It'll depend on if I'm going to do a stream on Saturday at all or on Sunday before that. But it'll be up and it'll be out there. Eric says, Patriots.win. DR says, what happens to GG case now? Binger disbarred? Gage Grosskreutz? Which case? Gage is not criminally charged at all. His civil case, he's doing the media circuit trying to rehabilitate his statements on stand. Binger disbarred? That'd be funny. Pat Royson says, I second Patriots.win and also give a shout out to SEC Rant. Jeff K says, for real though, I've told a ton of folks about your channel this past week. Love your channel. Seriously. Hey, thanks, buddy. I really appreciate that. That's how we grow. YouTube doesn't help streaming channels like this. There might be some streaming channels that YouTube is happy to promote. For one like mine, where we have jokes, where we have truth, where we have honesty, and where we have the occasional motherfucker thrown in there. For those types of channels, it takes us a lot to grow. And so that's why it's one of the reasons I've been promoting all the other legal channels and telling people to subscribe to them during the live streams we work and work and work to get growth. And it takes stuff like the Rittenhouse trial and our coverage of it to get that growth because we don't get it organically. If you do 10-minute videos all day, you can grow on YouTube, especially when you've already got a base. It'll distribute the content. When you do 3 to 5 to 8 hour videos, those live streams, those just don't happen to get promoted as much. Spencer Mosher says, what's up, Nick? Recap on today. Saw commentary in Discord, and it seemed like there was some BS that Richards did today. Chances of acquittal or mistrial. Yes, I'm not going to rehash it because I went through it at the beginning of the stream. You can go back and watch the first hour of the stream is me recapping today and this week. Chances of acquittal or mistrial. Acquittal are lower. Still possible. I think they were always pretty low on a full acquittal. Mistrial. But to be clear, very low chance of an acquittal right now, in my opinion. Mistrial, I think that is the most likely outcome. Bad Dragonite says, you see the Young Turks, Anna says she was wrong about Kyle. Yeah, but she also was wrong in her apology. Richard G says, can you look at the Julius Jones case from Oklahoma? Are they trying to get an absolutely horrible person off death row? It needs attention brought to this disgusting BS. I've heard both sides say everything. I have not had time to look at it. Kyle Service says, word on the street is Binger is a super spreader, if you catch my drift. Tara Rayner says, the state's video expert has a bachelor's degree in fine arts of photography. Yep. Barb Rogers, Little Miss Sunburn says, they want civil unrest so they can have an excuse for more police state BS. The useful idiot left have themselves to thank for more fascism. Marshallist says, under no pretext should arms and ammunition. Shit. Where did that go? God damn it. It just did the thing. It just did the thing where it reset my spot. Here we go. The marshalist says, under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered. Any attempts to disarm the people must be stopped by force if necessary. Karl Marx. DR says, don't you think jury is watching news/social media? They're not supposed to. I mean, they probably are. They're not supposed to. Millie Dancer says, can he appeal? Because I'm honestly so upset. He does not deserve to go to jail for life. Honestly, is probably giving me high blood pressure. He's not going to jail for life yet. I don't think he will. But if he gets convicted, he can appeal, and he has a legitimately good case for appeal already. Verazia says, what would a dox of the jury over the weekend do to the case? It would it could be a mistrial and make them start over, and it could also, whoever does it could get federal charges. Tara Rayner says, oh my God, Stone Temple Pilots is my favorite band. Scott Weiland was brilliant, especially when he was high. See our Grambo panties biz makes sense. Yeah, he was. He's great. Jacob says, I don't drink very often. Maybe a drink socially every 6 months, but I bought a bottle of Rittenhouse Rye for Monday for good luck. Awesome. Fadi LDD says, Binger looks like a better trial movie villain than any trial movie villains I've ever seen. Cerno says, don't get brazen with me, Nick. Lols. Michael Furberger says, please use your Jesse Ventura voice to say, my pillow is made proudly right here in America. We should have all pillows made in the United States. I ain't got time to sneed. Hyperstrike says, here's 5 million Kinoshastani kopecks for the massive service you're doing for the community. Hey, thank you. Derek Mullins says, the jerks say Kyle shouldn't have been there. Why didn't Jacob Blake stay home? A voice in the middle says, brand new viewer this week. Found you from Nate, which I found because of the women's soccer videos. I'm subscribed to you, not him, though. Shh. Have loved the streams and commentary. Thank you. I won't tell him. Mario Carter 13 says, jury, great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million. Red Mage 13 says, Tim Pool has been pushing the theory that the judge is on the side of the left based on the ringtone. Weird theory. Doesn't make sense to me. Thoughts? It's Lee Greenwood, proud to be an American. The left is pushing the theory that he's on the right for the ringtone. So I don't know. Allotrope says, I cried when Kyle cried. Thanks for your work. Parton Madradin says, how likely do you think it is that they will split the baby and compromise on some lesser charges, still hanging Kyle with some conviction? I think it's very possible. I hope not, but it is possible. Millie Dancer says, why didn't they have a backup plan? If it gets admitted, call your witnesses to testify the video and break it down. So angry. EXNDL says, Recato Law on the subject of pixels. They could have run that algorithm hundreds of times and picked the result that best fits their arguments. He spent 20 hours working on that video. And there's clear smudging going on in those images. Correct. Cody Moore says, it's crazy that we get better coverage from YouTube than major news organizations. I Need Truth One says, why isn't it considered unreasonably unfair to a defendant for a prosecutor to pursue lesser charges after failing to make their case? Because the defendant can reject them. And he chose not to. I'm not sure. I'm personally not sure the best wisdom on either of those. Frankly, I don't know. So I'm not going to make a statement about it. Cerno says, don't get brazen with me. Top quote of the trial. Kyan Rennell says, this is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fighting and this is for fun. I credit your latest Friday Night Tights appearance for the massive growth. Hey, there you go. Thank you. Or wait, no, you're saying Friday Night Tights for the massive growth here. Yeah, I agree. Jeff K says, please tell me you've seen the docudrama, The Staircase. It's one of the first and best docudramas I've seen in my entire life. It's from 2005-ish. No, I have not. Oceanic Sky. Someone Rittenhouse me. What do you think of the Trump Twitter ban while it was the Congress that's been prodding them to censor their content? Does government outsource censorship? Yes, they do. Government does outsource censorship, but until we get a Supreme Court that will do it, that will take this up, And Justice Thomas has indicated that he might do it. He might be willing to. Till we get a Supreme Court that'll actually take it up, it doesn't matter. Pirate Tomsky says the defense made the same argument for Kyle to shoot against the Gage guy when he pointed a gun at him. Jonathan Duger says someone should treat the prosecution like the rioters treated Rittenhouse. I bet he'd drop the case. Axel 84 says pointing a weapon while being chased equals provocation. Looting, rioting, arson, and direct threats to kill is what exactly? Are the prosecutors not completely deluded with this argument? No, they are. They know the argument is deluded. They know it's bad. They know it's a lie. Make no mistake, that they know exactly what they're doing. Aubrey Byrne. Sorry, I'm so tired. What kind of paint or ink is that in the bottles? It's a army painter. It's for miniatures. I have just started recently painting some Warhammer miniatures because I like Warhammer 40K. All these books are Warhammer Special Edition books. And so I decided to paint some minis. I'm not good at it. I haven't done a lot of it. I'm not like a hobbyist. I'm trying, but I just don't have enough time. Jacob says, the one time I served on a jury was in college on an honor code violation. I got replaced when I would not vote guilty. That was my red pill. Nice. Nice. Uh-oh. I'm getting 2 answers in the chat now. Fucking nerd and for the emperor. Get purged, heretics. Cody Moore says, could the outcome of this case impact other states? Not legally, but again, conceptually. Dabber Wolf says, Nick, don't type in your personal YouTube search bar, but if, period, type into search bar, bring the disturbing videos, including alleged cheese pizza. Gross. I don't want to know that. Who's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mini marine on your shelf? That is the Bandai. That is the Bandai salamander, the 7-inch salamander from Bandai. Very cool. I like it. I also have the Imperial Fist, and I have the Ultra Smurf. Choke Point says, wouldn't it be a bitch if we found out that Binger was Judge Schrader's illegitimate child, and that's why he's allowing the prosecutor's antics? Just Lozano 09 says, hey, Nick, what do you think of Kyle being able to hang out with the judge with no bailiff present at his own murder trial? I read that one earlier. Yeah, I mean, I said it. No one seems to be scared of this kid. Jeff K says, but why, Nick? Why is the state going after Kyle and not the other guy with an expired concealed carry at the end of the day? Why? To placate the perception of their voting base. Their voting base. Binger's a Democrat. The ADA or the DA is a Democrat. The Kenosha mayor's a Democrat. Chad K, we're almost done. Johnny Stovall says, sitting up all night with a puking kid for the first time. Oh, I remember those days. Good luck, brother. Good luck, brother. Just a person 8910 says, watched your interview with Glenn. You blew it out of the park. Great job. Hope to hear and see more of you on Blaze TV in the future. That'd be fun. Alex Scott Thompson says, what kind of footwear do you have on? Crocs guy? Well, right now I'm barefoot. I don't like being warm. Tanya Bays says, woot sticker. But footwear lately, I've been wearing Cole Haan. I've got a couple pairs of Cole Haan Zero Gravities that I really, really enjoy. Obson says, let me get this straight. FBI lost/found footage analyzed by NPC number 82112 finds 3 pixels of Kyle to be guilty. This drone footage is not FBI footage. I don't believe. Or I believe it's not FBI footage. I don't think it's actually, it's just an unrelated drone from nowhere, but everything else, correct. FBI come with the goods once again at the last minute. 200 Watt Studio says, possible that Richards is Binger's lover. He is the docile one in the relationship. That's why he doesn't fight back. Hashtag show me your briefs now. Brandon Black, thank you for the donation. Ramasaurus says, hey, Ricada, I've worked all day out of the Dago in the trial. Really enjoying discovering and watching your stuff. Appreciate all that you do. It was not great for the defense. But again, what I encourage you to do is go watch the first hour of this show for a full recap of today and the week. Malcolm Wilhelm says, is there any way the defense can salvage what happened yesterday? Yes. Have a good closing argument. Have a damn good closing argument and damn good motion for a mistrial. I watches The Watchman says, will Binger be going after video game producers next? 200 Watt Studio says, give Richards breathalyzer before closing argument. Angry Baneling says, here, let me add some Monopoly money to your pile of Super Chat Goldnick /Smaug lol. And congrats on 250K, fam. You'll have it by Monday. If you're not subscribed, get subscribed. Oh my goodness. I should have said that earlier, but if you're not there, I'm very close to 250,000. Again, I started this channel as a joke. It was a joke, a one-off thing. But yeah, if you're not subscribed, get subscribed. What are you doing? Dino says, would Sheriff Vesey have been yelled at if he just said where every time Tubby told the judge the ink blot was Kyle raising a gun? No, I don't think so. As long as he did it somewhat respectfully. Terry the Tough Cunt says, Australia exists. Admit it. Never. Never. 200 Watt Studio says, closing. Even the judge couldn't see Kyle. That'd be good. That'd be good. Oh, David Johnson says, you still are a joke. Rude. Rude. I never said I was a joke. I said I started the channel as a joke. Backcode says, you BTO owed me good. Keep the stash, yo. Phantasmagorical says, what about Biggin saying Kyle isn't in school? That's not going before a jury. They seem to have dropped that. Malik Foxon says, roommate thinks Kyle's venture into Kenosha is some sort of moral failing. Blames the police and Rittenhouse's parents for letting him be there. Wild. Weird. I mean, why would you go to the community you work in and live in? Very strange. Core M says, hey, you, please check your Twitter DM for my actual message. I think YouTube is policing my comment. P.S. I despise the state. Let me see. Twitter DM. Okay, so here is Cora's Twitter DM says, someone edit Binger's Grindr profile to bottom because he's an a-hole. Damn. Damn. Bad Dragonite says, as a pixel artist and photographer, that unspeakable mess shouldn't be admitted to the human eye, let alone court. Can you check out my work on Twitter? Check out Bad Dragonite on Twitter, guys. There you go. Check it out. Scorpion P2C says, F's for Rush Limbaugh. Don't read this if you don't agree. No, I read all of the chats. And I do actually, I think F's for Rush Limbaugh, whether you like him or not, what he did for broadcast radio is something to admire. Alex P says, Herb Lynn's statement on AI confidence should have been all that was needed to refute the enhanced video. Hey. Pinky says, imagine going on patrol as a vigilante, expecting or planning to engage hostiles, but you give your body armor to someone else first. Mr. Roman says, you believe the prosecutor will be sued by Kyle? No, it'd be a losing case. Benzene. Well, he keeps adding stuff that might make it a case, but I still say no. Benzene, welcome to paralegal status. Welcome to the channel. And your Baneling says, here's 40 rupees. Can I has $40 in return? No. Snake Eyes says, you're going to be on Flashcast tonight. I think so. James Gentry says, any truth to the rumor a juror got doxxed? No idea. No idea. Oh, hey, what's up, Mersh? I'm almost there, buddy. I'm almost asleep. Jesper Larson says, been watching every day from Denmark. Thank you, Ricada. Thank you. K-Rad says, I've been loving your coverage. First heard of you from Mersh from Revenge of the Sis /Nightwave Radio. Thanks for fighting the long defeat. And like I said, I think I said it the other day, met Mersh a couple times, and both times have been very enjoyable. and he seems like a very nice chap. TJ Slash, maybe that's a bad endorsement. He seems like an absolute cunt. Go check him out. Revenge of the Sis and Nightwave Radio. TJ Slash says D's nuts. Angry Baneling says 250K subs, but Warhammer still sucks. Facts. You better stop. You better stop. Kidda says what Richard should do is play the smear video and then spend like 10 minutes during closing being unable to find Kyle on the screen. Pull out a prop, magnifying glass, go full ham to cement it. There you go. And then here he is. Nightwave Radio says, get some sleep, you maniac. Congrats for all the recent crazy success. You deserve it, man. Hey, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Matt Deckard says, not only did I see Kyle, I also saw the Starship Enterprise and the Hindenburg. Alice Lovely says, please check Twitter DM under Frosty Hearts in private. Also in Kermit voice, blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Okay, let's see. Woo. Are we? Okay, we got 4 more. My 6-year-old as Trump. If you won't let me in your Minecraft server, then I'll make my own Minecraft server. It's going to be the most beautiful Minecraft server. Magnificent. You're going to love it. And I'm going to build a big, beautiful wall all around it. And you can't come in because walls are wonderful. They protect things. They protect servers. A wall, maybe even a firewall to go around it. Pat Royzen says, just coming in, Nick, was on Friday Night Tights earlier tonight, and Gary, Jeremy, and Count Dankula all said that they had been unsubscribed from you, not of their own choice. Anyways, thanks for the Rittenhouse coverage. You have Patriots.win and the effing SEC rant, both doing daily threads of your Rittenhouse streams. I hate that Kyle is catching this bullshit, but so happy you're getting so much deserved notoriety from the case when dispensing those red pills to the masses. Thank you so much for that. And then finally, Scorpion 2PC says Spez Marines are bingers. Jeremy Day says the judge ruled that they can use the trial coverage in closing. I don't think that's what they said. I think does that mean that the defense can play the parts where the jury was sent to another room showing that the state was violating Kyle's rights throughout this entire trial during closing? I don't think so. I don't think that's what they meant there. Catherine Roberts says the left are saying the judge needs to be replaced. I don't think so, but can you explain that process? Thought it would be up to the judge. Yeah, the judge has to recuse himself. They have to make a motion for the judge to recuse himself, which no one has done. And then what they would have to do after that is he would have to deny the motion. They'd have to request a mandamus order to get the motion. And that's not going to happen at this point. Judge has been fair. The judge has been fair and consistent throughout the trial. And even though he's made, I think, two or three decisions that I really disagreed with, overall, I think he's done a great job. And then finally, Meshikari Roos says UNSC supremacy. Guys, I am done. I am going to bed. It is 4 a.m. Thank you for hanging out with me. We will, I will see what's going on. I don't even know at this point what is going on, but we'll see and hope to see you guys later this weekend or maybe or at worst case on Monday. Catch y'all then. Peace.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.